Mr. Beast! The hell is this? A fucking da boo boo? A fucking da boo boo post? Alright, fucking da boo boo posters. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hispanics in my stream? What the hell is this? I'm gonna have to call ICE on you. It's over. Man, whew. The news. If the next Democratic candidate at the very least does not advocate for the abolition of ICE, don't vote for them, unironically. I think even if you're in a swing state, honestly, don't vote for them. The current sort of, I guess, quote-unquote status quo that exists right now, it's not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. It was bad. Yeah, and a bunch of people are defending it, of course. The administration is defending it. Most conservative content creators are defending it. It's so bad that not even Fox News was full-throated in its defense. The Hodge twins decided to be like, no, this is actually really bad. This is really, really bad. And very often they're raw Trump. Which is crazy because I watched them. I watched them when they were only workout peeps only. Who, the Hodge twins? They used to do, I mean, honestly, it doesn't really surprise me that, like, weird gym bro stuff inevitably leads to conservative grifting. That happens all the fucking time. It's because of all the, like, red pill, like, inceldom weird shit got... they overtook the fucking gym space, which I would argue shouldn't really be the case, but they overtook that shit because for whatever reason they think like if they work out a lot then women are gonna like them, or that's gonna be like a way to get into Hyperborea or something. I don't know, it's fucking stupid. Very stupid. Workout dudes, nothing crazy. They were funny. Now they're funny looking. Haha. Because their brains don't work normally. I don't know. They made a video about women or something. I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna give you a break. And then they all got fucking off the tracks with that bullshit. Well, see, sacrificial MILF, have you ever considered that you should just call them slurs instead? So, like, honestly, more people just need to be called slurs. You know? Just call them slurs. That won't solve any problems. Yeah, but the problem is, sacrificial MILF, is that no one cares about solving any problems. Now we have el fucking putis ma... Also, throw these fucking Hispanic people up in my chat. What is this? Fucking putis. El dutis, futis, putis, mcmutis. Hey, fuck you. El fortus netus. Yeah, we got a bunch of illegal aliens in chat. I need ICE deployed to take care of them immediately, and with extreme prejudice. Obviously. Ford, you're getting deported again. Back to Chile, where you already are. Too far, poo-poo? Not far enough. Not far enough for you, el dutis, futis, mcdutis, putis, putis, putis. Fuck you. Yeah, we're cleaning up the streets of El Fordus Netus. We're cleaning these streets of El Fordus Netus. I did a little bit of work as well. We got gears. We got engines. But yeah, we're cleaning the streets of El Fordus Netus. They get El Fordus Netus out of here. Fuck you, El Fordus Netus. It's just like the Dabubu poster. Yeah, we're stopping all instances of Dabubu posting with extreme prejudice because we are racists. Rip Bozo. You know who needs to fucking be ripped bozo, el putis maximo? You know who, putis. You know who needs a rip bozo? Who deserves a fucking rip bozo? Asmongold, you're cooked, bro. Time for you to get the hell out of the country. Time for you to, like, move to Russia instead. They'd love you. They would love Asmongold in Russia. Yeah, you know, like the President of the United States, he does rape kids, so... I think we can agree with that, putis. President of the United States, child rapist. I'm just saying. You know, there's a lot of, you know, conservative pedophiles who probably need to be thrown out of the country. Many, many such cases of many, many differing pedophiles. Many, many such cases. Oh, and it turns out they're all conservatives. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Daho wants to throw out all conservatives and doesn't think that they deserve human rights? I don't think anyone else should have human rights. Why should they have human rights? It's like, all right. I'm sold by your argument, conservatives. You don't deserve the sort of value of life. You don't respect it. So what makes you think you deserve to have any of it? Okay, bye-bye. You've all co-signed your deaths. It's over. Ford, you know what to do. You know what to do, Ford. We're calling in for exterminatus.
Your life is nothing You serve zero purpose.
You knew what to do.
You should kill yourself now.
Now! Now! That's for every
crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
Listen, Sacrificial MILF, I understand that you want me to be gay. But, unfortunately, I'm not very feminine. Like, I'll do the flamboyant shit. Listen, because I think it's funny. But I'm sorry, I'm not gay. I'm not a homo queer. Shut the fuck up, El Fortus Netus. You're El Putanya. Shut your fucking goofy ass up. Fuck you, Fortus Netus. Mods, ban Ford. Too much Ford spam. Ban Ford. He's being too Ford. Way too Ford-esque. Ban him. I want him permanently ban. Get rid of him. Mods! Kick Ford in the nuts. Kick him in the nuts. Make all Fortus Netos suffer for his crimes. Make him eat shit. He deserves it. Why are you gay?
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Who says I am gay? You are gay. But no, really. What?
Pepe, why are you gay?
Okay. Alright. 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 I see how it is. Alright. You are gay. Why are you gay? You are gay. Now, Sacrificial MILF, what if I was to tell you that I'm denying you your ability to choose? Because I'm secretly now becoming Hitler. I am now secretly Hitler, and I hate women, but I'm not a twink, so I hate myself. Fuck you. Something repealed the 19th Amendment or something, I don't know. You won't become him. That's true. I never would want to become Nick Fuentes. I'd rather die than become Nick Fuentes. That is true. Yeah, to be, like, so ridiculously in the fucking closet you see fucking Narnia. That's true. That is true. That's true. That is a lot of work to be, like, that much of a repressed homosexual. That's true. Man, she's spitting there. Can we get some trues? I'm truing that one. I think we need to true that one. I'll be honest. That's true. That's a pretty true. I'm gonna true that. I'm truing that one. I'm truing that. That's pretty true. That's true. That's pretty true. I think that's true. That's pretty true. Yeah, it's pretty true.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Or back to the Spyro music. Very important. But yeah, we should all true that, honestly. That's like, about as true as true gets. It's very true. It's really true. True. We're truing that. Listen. Squad W was never about being a misogynist, okay? It was about pointing out doubled standards, okay? I do believe Trainwrecks when he does say that, though. I do believe that.
Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
I don't believe it from El Fordus Netus. He's definitely trying to be a misogynist. Don't believe El Fortus Netus' lies. He's I'm both. Ah, radical centrist. Nah, that's gay. That's fucking gay, derogatory, unironically. Gay, derogatory. Nah, it's fucking gay. Gay. Ford, why are you gay? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? That's gay, derogatory. Very gay, very homosexual of the Fortnite, but I wouldn't expect anything less, folks. It is the Fortnite. Since when the fuck did I have that emote? What the fuck is this? What the shit? What the hell? Oh my god. Where the hell did that come from? Boy Meets Minis. El Fordus Netus. We have a LARPer. We got a LARPer. El Fordus Netus. You know what we have to do about LARPers. I mean, fuck you, Ford. Bastard. Why are you the way that you are sometimes, El Fordus Netus? Bastard. What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? This is a paradigm. I was about to say paradigm shift. That's Sukuna? Yeah, that is Sukuna. Ford, you wouldn't know a good take if it slapped you in the face. Ford, I am Romanian. I will say slurs about you. Alright? I am racist. And that's that. Yeah, shout out to the paradigm shift. Shout out. Do it. Gusano. There we go. I said it. I said a racial slur about you. Ah, fuck. Now all the DGGers are mad. Fuck! No, I have a roving band of schizophrenics now in my mentions. Fuck! It doesn't mean anything to me. Except it does. Because I am secretly Hasanabi. And therefore it means something to you. And you are actually... there are no other Hispanics besides Cubans, obviously. Duh. Everyone is actually Cuban. Come on, you know this. El Fordus fucking Netus. Typical racist. Yeah, according to Marco Rubio, that's true, boy, Miss Minnie. Typical racist. El Fortus Netus. Of course I'm racist. You're also racist.
Dies of cringe.
Fortus Netus, you're also... We're both fucking racist, dumbass. Fuck you, putis. Alright, so how are we going to integrate the plastic? How does a store not have Rice Krispies? That's a good question. Wait, like what kind? Like the square bars or just the cereal? Honestly, the cereal is kind of ass. I do like the Rice Krispie square bars. Those are pretty good. I guess I'll stick it beside the gears. Sure. Sneeze. Ow! Ow! I was gonna try to make Rice Krispie treats. A serious sweet tooth at the moment. I've always had a fucking sweet tooth. Thank you. I guess I'll stick electrical engines here next, because we have engines. We might as well have electrical engines. Fuck it. And just, I don't know, dab on El Fortus Netos. Fuck you. Fuck you, Ford. Bastard. Bastard! Bastard! Earm. 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 Fuck you, El Fortus Netos.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
Based. Ayo, based. Can I get a base? Can I get a base for that? Gay. That's true. I can only imagine what lucid ideas can come from an individual named Think Inside. I can only assume. I need more heat pipe. Fake and gay and cringe. Everyone's cringe except for me, folks. That's just a fact. being off by one tile kind of annoys me. Why are we getting so many fucking weirdos in YouTube chat? It's because it's YouTube chat, that's why. Right. Not YouTube chat. Being cringe. The thought. We're gonna point and laugh at YouTube, that's true. Always point and laugh. We should always point and laugh at them. Because they're cringe. That's true. And real. That's pretty true. I think that's pretty true. That's pretty true. Can't be as cringe as Ford, though. This is true. No one can be as cringe as him. And that's also a fact.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty true. Yeah, it's pretty true. We do need to actually take the copper plates with us because we need. I need to be able to make batteries because we need to be able to make robots. Means get rid of that. Our two new little buddies from YouTube, are they just gonna say nothing? They're just gonna cower out? Well, that's boring. What the heck? I wanted to be entertained. Was looking for some pizzazz. Maybe some, like, nothing. They just said, like, oh, we got a badass over here. That's it? Boring. Say something else. Boring. I'm bored. What the heck? Lovely. You are a badass, bro. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. I have no idea if you're being genuine at all. I'm not gonna lie. Genuine YouTube chatters? Few such cases. Genuine YouTube chatters. That's crazy. I never would have thought I'd see the day. Listen, Jaquilkins. I appreciate that, bud. I do what I can. Alright, well that's electric engines. I do not really smoke, no. Even though I am European, so... Yeah, you know. Daryl, I don't think he's talking about cigarettes. Bah. But no, I don't really smoke. That's true. We've typically had a bunch of people who are, if they were like Factorio players, and they've normally been pretty chill. Wait, hold on. I have to bully this dipshit. Very important. Kershey. Very important. Dan was hoping I could have another Marlboro Red Buddy. I just couldn't do it because my dad used to be a heavy smoker, so it was just like, it was a turn off for me. I was just like, nah. Right, like, European, I should smoke. I just, nah, can't bring myself to it. Can't do it. Even if it's like poppers, basically, like weed smoked with cigarettes, I just don't like doing it. Even though technically the high is the better, because of the nicotine being mixed with the weed, it's just like, nah. I don't want to be anywhere near cigarettes and shit. What? In Europe? A lot of the same stuff as anyone else in, like, America, but just, like, the sort of stereotype of the heavy smoker, yeah, that's a European stereotype. It's a European thing, but it's mostly, like, same shit, like, probably, like, Marlboros and shit. You'll find Marlboros over there. It's not as regulated in the EU, because a lot more people smoke in the EU, I think. But probably, like, the ingredients are probably significantly regulated. It just depends. Smoke... people in Europe tend to smoke a lot more, basically, is what I'm saying. No, they smoke like Jimmy's over there. True. Stuff that I got on Crete, I don't remember the brand, but I don't think it was anything recognizable. I can only assume there's probably some crazy shit going on in Crete. I can only assume. There's probably some funny stuff going on over there in the tiny world of Greece. need sulfuric acid. We need... a whole bunch of shit. Ugh. Let's get some of the stone processing we need to do out of the way now. So it's gonna be concrete. We need concrete. We need... some other stuff. Alrighty. Oh, all this shit that, in high school mostly. I had a buddy of mine basically, like, have a couple cigars sometimes on him. I don't know why. I always just find it weird. I'm just like, I mean, we're in high school and you have, like, a cigar. Then again, I was in private school. So... I guess in that respect, I shouldn't technically really be surprised. Or I just found it kind of funny. I was like, hey, you just got a cigar, alright? Get rid of all this, get rid of that. Water. I don't have water here. Son of a bitch. But I've always had it prepped. I just forgot to integrate. water, and now we have water. Concrete. But yeah, Boy Meets Minnie, you know the policy. For when we inevitably talk about what happened today, any potential inclination... actually, no. Let me have my fun first, and then when I say pull the trigger, we pull the trigger. You know what to do. Yeah, I'm giving you your marching orders. Very important. Will our favorite Trump reply guy be willing to defend the indefensible? We find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I'm willing to bet yes. What's up, Gangrene? This game is called Factorio. Basically, you run around building factories on a bunch of different planets. The purpose of building a ship that's meant to get you to interstellar orbit. Yeah, or also known as Factorio. But don't let the gays tell you that. They will spread misinformation. Those danged homosexuals, they always spread misinformation. See? Told you. Boy Meets Minnie is gay, aka ace, therefore gay. That's how that works, folks. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, folks. But yeah, you run around on different... You crash land on a planet, and your purpose is to leave. How do you do that? Build a factory. And I've basically put in a bunch of mods that add a lot more planets. Normally there's only 5. There we go. Yeah, this is a lot more than 5. Yeah, it's a lot more than 5. It's a lot more. Also, I just learned, Boy Meets Minnie, that I did these planets completely out of order. You're supposed to go to Nyx first, and then Circa. Yeah, we do have 2 extra solar systems. This is true. And real. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. Daho, you're not trying to make an interstellar empire to exploit these places for their natural reasons. I would never do that. How dare you suggest I would do such a thing? Shame on you. But basically, when you come to a planet, the objective is pretty simple. You come here, you make the science pack. You make the you make the planet specific buildings. You make the ability. You have the ability to make rockets, and then you leave. And it's like, all right, my job here is done. I got buildings and I got science packs. Okay, I'm leaving. That's about it. Pretty simple. Which is what we are currently working on. I mean, we almost have everything we need in order to be able to build rockets, but next is red circuits. We need red circuits now. This file is probably about 800 hours. But if we're talking about total in Factorio, it's probably 2.3K. Yeah, about 2.3K. Yeah, this file is yeah, there's a lot going on in this file. I saw someone put condensed milk with their mushrooms. Mushrooms. Jesus Christ. Marshmallows. Yeah, you should, sacrificial milk, you should put mushrooms in your Rice Krispie treats. Yeah, you should do that. Smile. So have a whale of a time with it. If there is a drug that I would like to try for dying or whatever, I would try mushrooms. Just 'cause I'm curious. I want to see what happens. Or I would want to try some hallucinogen. Because I just want to see what happens. Yeah, you should get... Yeah, your kids should trip balls. It'd be really funny. What could possibly... wait, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? This is a joke. Do not give your kids shrooms. This is what we call in the business a joke. A little bit of a meme. We are doing a little bit of trolling.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Have I ever played EverQuest? I have not played EverQuest. I knew friends who played EverQuest.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
We are doing a little bit of trolling. A lot of trolling. He's doing a lot of trolling right now, let's be honest here. The big man himself is doing a lot of trolling at the moment. Out of heat pipe again. We're doing a little bit of trolling, folks. He's doing a lot. Yeah, he's doing a lot. I think the only EverQuest analog, and I think I could be wrong on this, the only EverQuest analog that I've ever played was RuneScape. Or at least I'm like Somewhat sure it's an EverQuest analog. I could be entirely wrong on that one. I could just be completely talking out of my ass. Many such cases. I am a streamer. Many such cases of streamers talking out of their asses. Who would have thought such a thing could be conceivable? Okay, that's red circuits. Very cool, very good. A game in the early 2000s called Infantry. No, but I remember one I think called, this game was also from the early 2000s. Actually, no, it would have been earlier than the 2000s. I think it was called Generals? I think? It was like, it was a game with a bunch of hexes, and you had units, and it was like a World War II, like, no, not Command and Conquer Generals, no. Oh, I have to find this game. But it was like... Honestly, like the precursor to Civ. Kind of. With its sort of like board orientation. Let me see if I can find it. What's the name of the fucking game? This game is really fucking old. And I might not be remembering the name 100% quite. I'm just gonna Command and Conquer Generals. Oshawa has a team called the Oshawa Generals? Alright, well. I don't remember the name of the game. But you know, sprite work, blah 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 blah. Shit like that. Factorio is a pretty good game. People like Factorio. It's a great game, folks, let me tell you. Fantastic game. It's a 10 out of 10, folks. Let me tell you, it's a great game. They did such a great job at Woob when they made Factorio, folks. It's one of the best games. Many people are saying that Factorio is one of the best games ever, folks. They did such a good job. They did such a good job when they made this game. It's just fantastic, folks, let me tell you. Yeah, don't worry. I fucking hate I fucking hate Trump. I fucking hate that guy so much. I just do the voice really well, you know. It's good for bits. Let me tell you, folks. It's very good. Fantastic for bits. Some might say that I do a lot of hating. Although there is a problem though. So I installed the updates, and this planet got a bunch of changes. So now we have some power issues, I think. Maybe? But yeah, we have power problems now. And all the recipes in here changed. It's like a complete shit show. So that's gonna, we got some problems we have to fix. Okay. So we need to make all this bullshit again. Fix all this. Honestly, probably just have to tear... Oh, we're gonna have to tear apart a bunch of this stuff and build it again. When we come back here. And it's gonna be very annoying. I'm gonna be very annoyed. Pure light. 500 degrees Celsius. What does that mean? What can I do with 500 degrees Celsius pure light? Use it to make unstable gems, I guess? Okay. How exactly am I guess I'm supposed to use the fiber optics cables in order to... I guess? The fiber optics cables are going to... Yeah, it transmits light. Okay, so this is what transmits the light. It's the fiber optics cables. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Guess giving some other purpose for the fiber optics cable rather than just like sitting around looking pretty. I guess that's fair enough. This shit's still normal. It's fine. Gonna have to go in and fix a bunch of shit. Fuck my life, folks. I hate this. I hate having to go in and fix stuff. Son of a bitch. It is very unfortunate that this thing is stuck here, because now... Let's just do it like this. Sure. Probably don't want to be Factorioing for too long, because we do have quite a few things to talk about. It's already been about an hour. Because it turns out today just decided to be a day where there was just going to be a lot of stuff happening. Very rude of Trump to basically make it today a day where a bunch of stuff happens. Very annoyed by this. I'm not a very happy camper. I'm not gonna lie. Hardest job in the world. Live streamer. And many people are saying that it is quite difficult to be a live streamer. Finagled with our cables. Lovely. Alright, that should be red circuits. I fucked up and I put the cable in the middle, or the heat pipe in the middle. God damn it. Alright, red circuit's complete. Sulfur, sulfuric acid, we're gonna need batteries, flying robot parts. Normally, I would not have to make flying robot parts, but we want to make flying robot parts because part of the reason we even came to this place is because of robot parts. Well, specific robots that we want to make, but... And we'll get there when we get there. Because we love robots, folks, don't we? Dense stone brick. What are you spamming me with? Like all this shit. Seems like a pretty good recipe. Spoilage from concrete. Same, pretty much the exact same recipe. 1 piece of iron ore, some water. Instead of, like, what, be 10 pieces of stone brick, it'd be 50 spoilage. Seems really good for, and you can make this in a bio chamber. Interesting. Coconutcrete. Wait, how do I make fucking concrete on here? Or do I just not make concrete here? Alright, I think I imported it all because there's like no great recipe for fucking concrete. It was kind of doo-doo for us. It was kind of shit. Yeah, I guess now we can just make concrete here instead. That works, I guess. Instead of having to fucking import that shit. Coconut. Advanced titanium plate smelting. 10 pieces of activated carbon. 1 piece of titanium dust. You can make this in calciners. Diesel dragon. Right, we have to make LDS before this just gets rid of LDS. Okay. It's actually not terrible. What the fuck is this? The Brain Cargo Crate. Hey, yo. No, you wouldn't be putting any brains into crates now, would you? I would never do such a thing. Never. How dare you even think about making that suggestion that I would ever do such a thing? Listen, that Coconut Island analogy, that's a good fucking analogy to point out the issues with libertarian thinking. Oh, there's surely no inherent forms of coercion in the right libertarian sort of way of thinking. Okay, so let's say you get into a plane crash. I think it was Sam Cedar who first initially used the analogy of Coconut Island. Vosh just used the same one against what? It was like a libertarian candidate for president or something, I think. I don't remember who, but the dude's obviously like insane. Uses that against him and just makes him look like a complete dumbass. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man. Get a load of this. Can I just, like... I don't want to do this anymore. I might... fucking... OCD. Adam Kokesh, that's the name of the guy. Yeah, that dude's a fucking Looney Tune. Absolute fucking loon. Alright, the next thing we need to make is heavy. Or no, it was dense. Dense stone brick needs a lot of stone brick. Dark matter fluid. Dark matter? 252. Someone tell Zane. Someone tell Zane we're getting dark matter. Holy shit, it's dark matter. 2525. $210 stone brick per second. How many stone brick do I make per second? It's a good question. It's not 210. Erm. 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 Earm. Earm. Glearm. What the glurm? Ugh. Oh, by the way. Nurge. California, obviously. Duh. Damn Californians. Being so commie. Oh. China. So. Okay, well. I don't want it to be that obvious. What the fuck are they gonna do in Tel Aviv? I don't know, like... Use their gaming fucking card... Use their graphics cards to help the Israelis, like, I don't know, kill more children or something? Okay, dude. Nice meme. I didn't know that Jensen Huang had, I don't know, stake in the military-industrial complex. Oh, I'm sure Israel has the most brilliant engineers. I'm sure. I'm sure. Israel has the most brilliant engineers. Let me tell you, folks. Their engineers are so good, folks. Boy Meets Mini, I know that you're a big fan of Israeli engineers. You love Israeli engineers, don't you, Boy Meets Mini? What do you mean they're weirdos? Clearly you don't mean that. You clearly don't mean that, Boy Meets Mini. Well, but I am curious though. I'm like, you've piqued my like, weird in what sense? Because like, a lot of the beliefs that the Israelis have are already very, very weird, and of course for the express purpose of pushing a goal of ethno-nationalism. Like, are we talking about like? Are they like standard tech bro weird, or are they extra fucking weird? I want like I want a scale on the weird. Like I'm just curious, how weird are we talking here? Covert and overt racism, being weird toward femme co-workers. Well, that's just the fucking whatever the fuck standard. That's just the tech bro standard, right? I will be racist to tech bros, okay? That's just like, that's normal. That's normal. That's normal. You should normal. Daho, are you saying that a bunch of autistic weirdos are autistic weirdos? Yes. Daho is saying this. Many such cases. Daho, aren't you an autistic weirdo? Yes, but I'm not cringe about it. Haha. I'm not cringe. You're cringe. So the Israeli co-workers were weirdos. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, I almost want to say that I'm shocked. I'm so surprised, but I'm really not. And we're going to be stinking up the place a little bit more, which may have some problems, but we'll figure that out yet. We'll figure that out eventually. I am still waiting for the day, Boy Meets Mini, where there's gonna be like some. Well, it's not gonna happen anymore because I think the courts ordered the removal of ICE agents from Los Angeles and California. I think. Or was it the removal of just... I think it was just... No, it was the removal of the National Guard. You can't do shit about ICE. It was the removal of the National Guard. I'm waiting for the day that some, like... I don't know. Like, ICE dumbass mistakes you for Hispanic. Not gruesome Newsome. He's so gruesome. He's Newsome. I don't make 420 stone brick per second. Well, how many diamond per sec do I make? Don't think I make enough of that either. Not 12.9. Or 12.5. Well. Shit. How exactly am I going to make more stone brick? That's a good question. It's a really good question. Well, that's all I can squeeze out the space that I have currently. Oh boy, only 180 per fucking second. Oh, that's nowhere near enough. Did not think you idiots would take that much. 232. No, we need just to make more stone brick. Stone deposit's not the problem. We just need more brick. And unfortunately, I did not leave myself room to make more stone brick because I didn't think we'd need that much. Turns out we do need about that much. Yeah, it's even expensive in terms of the amount of diamond. Like 8.7 per second? That's quite a bit. Like, I can just kind of say yellow spike, like, just take it on the chin. Yeah, we don't have enough stone brick. It is what it is. And, like, this is going to use too much stone brick. Like, it uses, like, none. Do this instead. I wonder what funny looking colors this thing will make. Don't need any more stone brick besides this. Just do this. Works. Well, that's dense stone brick. I do like the animation of this thing. It's got a nice animation. It's pretty solid. I'm not gonna say it's like 10 out of 10 or anything. I just think it's pretty solid, you know? An animation that one can't really complain about, kind of a deal. So annoying. I think we just have to accept it. That's the stone dense stone brick. You know what we need to do, Boy Meets Vinny? We need to build a wall. We need to build a wall with this new stone brick. It's called dense stone brick. If we build a wall with that stuff, the criminal, illegal aliens could never possibly get in. Think about it, folks. Think about it. Just think about how many illegals we could stop. Wait, what? Who? Melanie? I don't know who that is. I feel like the name is supposed to be vaguely familiar, but I have no idea who that is. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little tired. I am not huffing copium. You're huffing copium. I not make that much. Stone. I don't make 190 per second. I make more than that. Why do I feel so sleepy? Okay. The next thing we need. We need sulfur. We need sulfuric acid. Batteries and a whole bunch of other shit. We don't have a thing for production of sulfur, I think. The heck? Holy shit. The rogue AI is searching extra health. Oh my god. Holy fucking cock and balls. What the? What the fucking hell? We don't need a crazy amount of sulfur. We just need the sulfur to make sulfuric acid. That's really about it. Boop boop. Boop boop. Oh. Boy Meets Mini. Potential tech news segment for you, buddy. Have you seen the new Twitter TOS? Essentially, the new TOS to make sure that Elon doesn't get sued for having essentially a pedobot. Oh, you know, it's basically saying like, you need to give in to government surveillance. You need to, and if you don't, that's like a $15,000 fine. It's essentially saying to artists to sign away their digital rights to AI, that their work can be taken by AI for, I don't know, more pedophilia or something. A couple of other things. Boy Meets Mini, are you trying to tell me that the tech bros are all liars when they talked about all their anti-big government LARP? And that it turns out, in order to be able to build a security state apparatus, like what these tech oligarchs want, you actually need a really big government? Boy Meets Mini, are you trying to say to me that Mark Andreessen would lie? My heckin' based epic pogpill Dorino Marcaboyerino? Mark would lie to me? I, for one, am shocked. I'm shocked, yeah, I say. Shocked. I can't believe that the tech oligarchs would lie to me. That seems kind of cringe. I can't believe I'd be lied to like this, Boy Meets Mini. That's kind of fucked up. Alexa, play Despacito. Suck my meato. What? Who said that? Who said that? Huh? No, don't you harm me, Boy Meets Mini. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't understand my Joker arc, Boy Meets Mini. You wouldn't get it. They're calling it the instant classic, folks. Suck my meato. Which I find to be real neato. And people say that I'm not lyrically gifted. I'm so lyrically gifted. He's gonna say that on a hot mic. He probably is. He'll be like, well, you know what? You can suck my meat. You can suck my meat. You'll have like Stephen Miller in the background, like clapping like a seal, like, you got him good, Mr. President. And then, like, you know, like a Jake Tapper will say, like, so the president said, suck my meat. What do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say there, Stephen? Clearly, this was not about the president. I have to start whining and bitching and complaining and sounding like a complete fucking little beta bitch baby and like Vice Signal and I don't know, bitch cry, moan and complain about the fact that the president of the United States of America definitely did not say to suck his meat or something, right? I don't know, like. I guess it depends on just, I don't know, how gay can we just make it or something? Derogatory, of course. Yeah, gay, derogatory. Very important. Very important to add the derogatory there. If you don't add the derogatory there, then you have some problems. Then you'll be kind of, like, you'll be kind of edgy, sweaty, and it's kind of cringe. Not in Woke 2 Electric Boogaloo, right? Not in Woke 2. You can't be cringe like that in Woke 2. Your ass will get fucking blasted in the QRTs. You will not survive. You'll be seen as kind of problematic, sweaty. Sweaty. Daho wouldn't be problematic now, would he? I would never be problematic. My hacking streamer? Problematic? What? British? Not my hacking streamer. God, there's so many fucking recipes. I just want sulfuric acid. I'm gonna shit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna shit. I will. I'm gonna shit. I will shit. I'm gonna shit my pants. I found it. I'm gonna shit. Shit. Bit of a problem with this. Need to move down. It's gonna be more than enough sulfuric acid. Stick that there. Alright, wakey time. Lovely. That is no way to defrost the fucking machines. Fuck my asshole. What? Who said that? There's sulfuric acid. Okay, now that we have sulfuric acid, we can make processing units. So then it is time to make processing units, rocket fuel, and LDS. Everything for making a rocket. Airplane. Where'd it go? Whee! How we're doing pollution in this area. And it's been cut by about a half. Lovely. This is what I opted for this. Okay. Just the straight shot. Hey. Alright. Eventually those two will turn into the Miku Miku friendship beam. Man, that dark blue. I was not expecting it to contrast that badly with the darkness. I'm not gonna lie. The dankness. Okay. Well, that's not good. No more belts. No more underground belts. That ain't ideal. I do hope the caster enemies are not able to build Tesla weapons, because that might be kind of annoying. I still do need to kind of run around all over the place with a bunch of Spidertrons with nuclear weapons and just blow everything up. This is a kind of an issue. Somewhat. I need a spy satellite in place. Alright, go be a spy satellite. That is your purpose now. My god. Yep, spying. Yep. Spying. Mm-hmm. Yep. Caucus. Yep, cock. Alright, turn it on. Might as well flicker on. Sulfuric acid, of course. Honestly, we're not... no, we probably should add it to the main thing, because... we need it for batteries, right. Batteries. And you fit pretty much perfectly. Look at that. Look at you, fitting perfectly. I did not place this well, huh? Ah, it's fine. Not the end of the world. This might take a while because of the power problems. because of low power problems. Oh boy. Not a power death spiral, my favorite. Kind of stuck here at the moment. Not ideal, not ideal. Man, there's gonna be a lot of really... There's gonna be a lot of really low IQ fucking takes. I have to say. Because of this Oklahoma stuff. Oklahoma. ICE shooting stuff. I don't know why I'm saying Oklahoma. Why would I ever want to think about Oklahoma? POV, you're a bad dog. It's Chrissy Gnome. Chrissy Gnome with her dead eyes with intent to kill. I do find it funny how Laura Loomer, the first thing that she does after the killing of Renee Nicole Good happens, just like she, her, literally every time. It's just like, okay, I mean, you know, I mean, this is the same woman who wanted to fuck the president, so I mean, it makes a lot of sense why her brain just doesn't function normally, you know. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, but to say like, oh yeah, it's a good thing that this happened to Renee Good. It's like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What the? Like, oh man, someone gets murdered in cold blood by the long arm of the state. You know, something that conservatives should be all over. You know, had pronouns in bio. It's just like, wow, you're mentally deficient, bro. Funniest thing about this is that you can also, if you wanted, I don't know, Christians who do have pronoun and fucking, like, how would a fucking conservative handle that exactly? How would a conservative handle a Christian who would have pronouns in bio? They would just say I'm not Christian. Well, that's how you know they're all just 3 IQ. Wait, Boy Meets Mini, on AGDQ stage, they were doing critical racing theory? They were doing critical racist theory? Oh, shit. Wait, Boy Meets Mini, that's for you, buddy. Dude, they were doing critical racist theory, dude. Huh? Dude, it's for you, bro. Boy Meets Mini, they're saying that you need a speed run. Many people are saying that Boy Meets Mini needs to learn how to speedrun. I, for one, say maybe. Maybe Boy Meets Mini does need to learn how to speedrun. I have no idea, folks, but people are saying things. They're saying big things. They're saying very, very big things. They're saying important things. They're saying weird things. Oh, the dude crashed. That's funny. I don't know, the more and more I look at conservatives talking about this stuff, the more and more I'm just like, wow, you guys are fucking really low IQ. Oh, the vice president is defending this, of course. We're gonna work even harder to, we're gonna work even harder to enforce the law. Yeah, dude. Even though courts have said, like, what they're doing explicitly is against the law, but whatever. Convinced the CIA replaced Asmongold with an even stupider version during the Johnny Depp trial stream. Thank you. Thank you, Connor Eats Pants. ICE does not equal police, dipshit. Snap out of this moronic grifting shit. Elon, if you read this, go heavier on the ketamine later and make it work better. Oh, he's so funny, dude. Oh my lord, bro. That's hilarious, man. I can't believe that Twitch is already purging. They're purging Lechonk. That's kind of fucked up, dude. I didn't even know that Twitch had a global Lechonk emote. What the fuck? Why are they purging Lechonk? They're purging the Iron Mouse emote. What the heck? It hasn't even been out that long. What the fuck? No, not Pot Friend. Why did they get rid of Pot Friend? There's a Sigmar emote? Why is there a Sigmar emote? Why is there Pikachu eating a bowl of ramen? What the hell? Also, Alex Roivas, where the hell is our Chicago crime report? The crime is the weather is warm and the fascists are still here. Alex, I thought you told me that they were going to be all kicked out because of the winter. What the fuck, Alex? Alex, why'd you lie to me, bro? The fuck? Boy Meets Mini? Just because Alex Roivas lied to us, kick 3 espers. I need some espers kicked. It's so out of pocket. It's funny. You know, it will be nice to save some power on Hieron once we replace all the bots with the antimatter bots, because the antimatter bots don't need power to operate. Be able to save a little bit on power, which is definitely pretty good. The winter hasn't been that cold. Alex, we all know that Mexicans secretly have weather control devices, okay? Make the weather cold and make ice suffer. Okay? Alex, I know that you personally have psychic powers, okay? Why the fuck would you be Esper if you didn't have psychic powers? Use your psychic powers to make the weather insanely cold. Only for ice. God damn it. God damn it, Alex. Do something. You're supposed to do something, Alex. What the heck? What kind of cringe-ass shit is this? Esper doesn't know the move Hail. Nice meme. All right, so listen, we're gonna do something called a little bit of trolling, okay? We're going to teach Esper Hail through one funny little trick. All right, one really, really, really funny little trick. It's called save editing. There we go. Now Esper knows the move Hail. Now think about it. Now think about it. This might seem like a radical idea, but we could probably do it, right? Very, very easy. I think the lake also keeps it from dropping to low. Because I have to do with more with inland, say Madison, Wisconsin. Well, listen, Alex, you're supposed to have psychic abilities, such as the psychic ability to be able to make the weather change. So have you ever just considered that you should just do it, Smile? Whoa, 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 whoa. I never said anything about Jewish people. We Pepe posting, Alex? What's going on here? I'm just saying you have an Esper. You can do that. Anti-Semitism? Okay. Boy Meets Minute, you know what to do. You know what to do, Boy Meets Minute. You're cool with the cabal. Huh? Okay. And you need to relax. The cabal. Okay. Alright. Well, the next thing he's going to start talking about adrenochrome. He's going to start talking about adrenochrome next. Well, it's going to take forever for me to just get more fucking underground belts because of everything being dog shit. I hate my life. And myself. No, that part isn't true. Oh, Alex is lying? You wouldn't lie on the internet now, would you? Just lie? Spread misinformation? What are you, cringe? What are you, fucking gay? Or something? What are you, a fucking homo queer or something? What's going on? President of all Mexicans is Jewish, so I could say that. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think there's a transient sort of property on if your head of state is Jewish, you can then say all the memes about Jewish people. I don't think that's how it works. People might accuse... listen, this is just a warning, just for you, Alex. People might accuse you of... might think you prescribe to a certain... very in the closet homosexual. You know, they might think that you're a fan of a really, really closeted homosexual. I'm just saying. A metrosexual, perhaps. You could also say that as well. I'm just saying. You gotta be careful out there. The ops will get you with that one. You'll get got by the ops. Well, I'm still stuck here. I just need more undergrounds. Please! 5 people got fired for mocking the victim of the ice shooting. Dude, Woke 2 is so fucking back, dude. Woke 2 is so back. Honestly, yes, do more of them. These fucking idiotic freaks tried to do literally everything possible to get people fired for, I don't know, being gleeful about the death of fucking Charlie Kirk, a fucking podcaster who spewed complete fucking nonsense out into the ether. And these guys are making fun of someone who just got murdered in cold blood by the fucking state. Like, fuck off, dude. Like, do everyone a favor and just keel over. Here. I'll buy you the rope. Get yourself a stool, and I'll show up behind you to kick the stool from under your own feet. Because these people are depressed fucking losers. Not human. Well, I'm just gonna let this fucking load then. We're just gonna be stuck here until I can get my fucking undergrounds. Whatever. I got a bunch of stuff done. I'll let this run in the background though. Boo. Alright, well. Time to get through the doozy of the fucking news. We got some fucking wacky stuff to talk about, but I'm gonna grab the water, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, do all that good shit. I'll be right back. Ugh. I need to go to the bathroom. Christino press conference. I don't want the ad.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Shut up. Dog killer. POV, you're a fucking puppy. I'm like this close to just saying to Commodore Midschlap, kill yourself. Go back to making pedophile comics or something. Dude's fucking contesting the president who called all Yeah, in 2015 he called all Mexicans criminals, rapists, drug dealers, and some I assume are good people. He led off with all operating under the assumption that he thinks that, yeah, he thinks that all Mexicans are fucking rapists. Yeah, dumbass. Yeah, dumbass. I could care less about the second. The only reason why he said the second part is so he could have liability if he got sued for the stupid shit that he was saying. But then again, I should remember that these people have the brains of fucking goldfish. So he probably forgets about that. Oh, by the way, I'm definitely going to show the face of who fucking murdered Renee Good. Like, cause I don't. If these people accuse me of doxing a fucking ICE agent, these are fucking agents of the state. They are not supposed to have face coverings on. That's illegal. Police are supposed to be clearly identifiable. Badges, names, everything. Kill yourself, unironically, if you say that I'm quote-unquote fucking doxing this fucking Gestapo, like this fucking brown shirt. It's illegal in Illinois, definitely. I would assume it's definitely illegal in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. Even the fucking gimmick accounts are saying, like, wow, this is really bad. And most of those guys tend to be fucking dumbasses. Ooh, there's a bunch of, clips made about different... Because at the very minimum, every Democrat has to say that this was murder and that the entirety of the book has to be thrown at him. At this agent, quote unquote. No, why'd you reset the thing? The thing. Actually, we should just do this. I know that fucking Tim Walz also did a press conference, and he just came off as so fucking weak. Genuinely just fucking pathetic, dude. You need to make sure that Donald Trump wants to make this all a show. You have to protest peacefully. And then he immediately deploys the National Guard against the fucking protesters. It's like, okay, great. The one time you can harness this fucking anger to be like, we are going to prosecute this motherfucking ICE agent, because guess what? Federally, they can't do shit to him. Probably not. But state charges? Oh. The AG can just throw literally the book, and there's jack shit the federal government can do. And they could throw his ass in jail for life. Oh, by the way, same day, mass shooting happens. 8 people shot, 2 killed after a funeral at a Mormon church in Salt Lake City. Nice meme. Oh, even Elon's chatbot is shitting on ICE's position as well. Very funny. Under Graham v. Connor, police use of force must be objectively reasonable based on factors like immediate threat to safety, resistance, and crime severity. Officers shouldn't unnecessarily position in front of vehicles, as it can create avoidable danger. While unfortunately, ICE officers are not actual officers, they're all 3 IQ fucking retards. Stupid. Like, the conservatives are like using this video a video of a different angle talking about how the officer is clearly in front of the car. He puts his hand on her hood to basically talk about how, like, to basically signal that he wants to block the fucking movement of the vehicle. Stupid. He wanted to get in the way of the vehicle, and then he decided to shoot his fucking gun. Idiot. Retarded. Many policies prohibited. Justification depends on specifics. If the driver poses a real threat, it may hold, but self-created peril often weakens claims. Which is why we're going to see that, like, the administration was rah, all about this, and then they immediately started taking back the fucking tone. Very, very funny. See recent analyses in New York Times for similar cases. ICE policies, DHS Directive 04405, 8 CFR 287.8, emphasize de-escalation and reasonable force with no training to stand in front of vehicles for non-violent offenders. Such positioning is generally discouraged to avoid unnecessary risks per use of force guidelines. Deadly force is limited to imminent threats. Oh, but he was doing this in self-defense, guys. Okay, nice meme. Oh, and by the way, they're all making memes about this. So that's cool. If she was black, they probably would have been more callous, 1000%. Oh, I guess Asmongold's trying to be woke now. Fucking nice meme. Jesus Christ. I actually tremendously empathize with trans people. While I don't think you can change your gender, he's conflating gender with sex. It's not biologically possible yet. Yet, that's the conflation of gender and sex. Yes, you can change your gender, you just can't change your sex. Although you can come very close to completely changing your fucking sex. HRT is a magical fucking thing. Surgeries, magical fucking thing. You can pretty much change your fucking sex. When I lost my teeth and I didn't recognize the kind of person I was, I hated where I was in my own mind. Creative cognitive dissonance. Boy Meets Mini Alex? What do we call that? What do we call that? What do we call that? This, well, quote unquote, cognitive dissonance caused when you have a certain problem with your body. What do we call that? Oh, gender dysmorphia. Oh, okay. Nice name. Very cool. Not dysmorphia. Yeah, dysphoria. Nice. Idiot. No, but you can just say, like, the schizophrenic shit about, like, trans kids. Okay, whatever. When I think about experience trans people have... Trans person? Okay. I think about that multiplied by 1,000. I realize how much pain you must be in to be put in a body that you feel like you is your own. Okay, nice meme. Nice meme! Bro cleaned his room once, and then the wokeness started to flow in immediately. Hilarious. You know, you really just can't... You really cannot fucking hate people like Asmongold enough. You really can't. You really cannot hate them enough. Unlimited amounts of slurs for all of them. Unlimited slurs. Don't care. Because he's stupid and bigoted. That's why I hate him. And he's stupid in his bigotry. But then again, if you're a bigot, you are inherently 10 times more fucking stupid. And yeah, he's also a fucking bootlicker. Lots of reasons to hate Asmongold. Stupid, a bigot, and he's a bootlicker. That's true. He's also a Nurgle worshipper. Oh, it's warm. Yeah, he and RFK Jr. would get along very, very well. You can't hate conservatives enough. Why? Asmongold has an audience of millions upon millions of people. He has a huge fucking platform. His reach is massive. And he actively spreads harmful propaganda and causes harmful outcomes in real life. As far as I'm concerned, you should hate the man. Because we all know Republican politicians, they tend to listen to their online influencers. That's a fact. How long is the Tim Walz press conference? Look, a 3 IQ Trump supporter in YouTube chat. Many such fucking cases. Have fun with your miserable existence. We're getting all the little fucking cockroaches and, I don't know, like people like Big Bastard in YouTube chat. Little cockroaches, little demons coming out of the woodwork. Being like, heh, 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 heh. We're glad that, I don't know, this person got murdered. Heh. Yep, because currently we live in an incredibly, and I mean an incredibly, like, uncritically thinking time. A lot of young people get very easily influenced by what these online influencers have to say. and start to take it at face value. And are wholeheartedly unwilling to do any of the necessary fact-checking for themselves. They'll just take what their big streamer says at face value. The thing with the lefties, right, is at the very least, they will very, very often, when they're presenting their talking points, at least earlier in their careers, will always present stats and evidence that for their claims. That basically never happens for right-leaning influencers. Ever. That never happens. Believing in data and statistics is anathema to these people. They will twist facts. They will lie. It doesn't matter. They'll just say anything in order to push their agenda. These people don't care. So none of these people should be treated with sympathy. And here's the thing, Domsh. These people that I'm talking about, these propagandists and their little gremlins, should be ostracized from society. You cannot find rapport with these people. You cannot reason with them. The only thing that they respond to is to strength. Oh, another Hispanic. We have many of those in this channel. Many Hispanics. So yeah, there is only one thing you can do to these motherfuckers, and that is to just talk shit. Talk shit, call them fucking stupid, low IQ, undeserving of rights, brain damaged. People who should kick rocks. They should all eat shit. Suffer is what these people should do. They should just suffer. Because they are totally happy and okay with making everyone else they see differently, including yourself, because you are Hispanic from Guatemala. They also want you to suffer. They want you to eat shit. They want you to die. So as far as I'm concerned, no sympathy for these people. Both sides? Yeah, maybe like a piss trickle from the left, whereas with the right, it's consistent with the violence. Consistent with the violence. Yeah, both sides, dude. It's really not both sides. There is one side that's significantly more violent, more predisposed to violence, and is way more fucking aggressive. And that's the right. Well, I mean, unironically, the President of the United States has declared Pax Americana, so... The golden age of America of just basically conquering everybody within the Western Hemisphere is here. I mean, you may not be moving to America, but America's sure as shit gonna move into you. You might not have really much of a choice in that in that sort of aspect. Might not have a choice. Because of healthcare mostly. Does Guatemala have free healthcare? That's funny. That's really funny. honestly, that's the biggest reason why I'm also not moving to the United States either. So fuck that. I'm not touching that place with a 10-foot fucking pole. Nope, the vast majority of people actually did not vote for this BS. Maybe only 30% of people voted for what's currently happening in the United States of America. Very, very few people want this. Oh, by the way, as of right now, let's not forget, healthcare is currently defunded within the United States of America. There are already instances of people's premiums doubling and tripling as we speak. Honestly, it might be better to just go to France instead. Let's be honest here. No US bases in France. Honestly, you should just move to a country that does not have a US base on it. And France? No US bases on there. Italy does, unfortunately. Yep. Most of the NATO countries have bases on them. Very few do not. Big sneezes. Oh god, and let's not even forget, all this shit that's happening right now in Minneapolis is because of that stupid dumbass fucking Nick Shirley's video. Yep. This deployment with the increased presence of ICE. Nick Shirley has blood on his hands. Oh, and obviously he was supportive of the actions of the ICE agents. So, you know. What a start to 2026. What? Grok is a pedophile, invasion of Venezuela, and now this in Minneapolis. It's only been a week, man. 1 week into 2026, and it's already going, starting like this. This is crazy. Don't trust any political influencer? I mean, sure. There's ones that you can put way more stock into in comparison to other ones. And those tend to be more on the left. Oh yeah, they're still getting bombed in Palestine. Although they're, wasn't there like a really, really bad, hit and run on someone? In the West Bank? Some Zionists in an ATV? While someone was praying? Very cool. Oh yeah, I mean... The Trump administration said that they don't want anything to happen in the West Bank. Bullshit, obviously. Because they provided, like, no enforcement mechanisms to that threat whatsoever. They just said, like, well, we hope that Israel's not gonna be naughty, and it's just like, oh, Israel's immediately naughty. It's like, okay. Alright. Just voice your support. Voice your support and talk about how what's going on there is really, really bad. They'll know about it, and they'll appreciate it. Palestinians have already said that, just people talking about what's going on is really, really good. And all the people talking about it in, on social media has been a massive help in terms of, well, shifting away, support from Israel. Yeah, Mr. Medicare is also really bad. I have a question, Domj. What are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes? What do you think of Nick Fuentes? Just curious. I don't think he's fun other than that I haven't paid much attention to him. Okay. think I got everything I need for the whole... This fucking... shooting shit's gonna be a long one. Oh boy. He's Nazi. He is a Nazi. Pretty bad. What, you think you're clever because you're spelling out the N-word? Thin Mizzy. You're spelling out the N-word with the hard R and fucking, dumbass fucking Papega speak or something? Whoa. Oh. Oh, you're so edgy. Oh. Yeah, YouTube chat. Boy meets Minnie. Take him out. Man, look at the edgy guy being edgy. Oh. Okay. 3 IQ. Yeah, I don't know what's going on exactly, but all these dumbasses are coming out of the woodwork right now. It is usually quiet there. Ugh, I don't even know if I want to do the attack on fucking Grifters segment. I might just save that for tomorrow. I don't have any of the stuff assembled in order to talk about this because this shit's going on, and this shit's gonna take enough sort of like wind out of the sails in the beginning. Not wind out of the sails. It's gonna be fucking long enough as is. So I'll keep that for later. $1.5 trillion for the military budget in 2027, by the way. Trump just truthed that out. Yeah, bro. Let's go. America first, by the way. We're just gonna give more money to the fucking military. Also, I was not anticipating this from Asmongold. Asmongold just decided to become a fucking neocon instead of going further down the alt-right fucking pipeline. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna be a neocon. Same with Trump, but then again, Trump's always been a fucking neocon. Yep, Fuentes does as well. Whoa. Standard behavior from these people. Every fucking time. I have another quick segment that I thought was really funny. Make fun of Charlie Kirk. Start with some levity, I think. It's funny reading other neo-Nazis talk a shit about Nick Fuentes because he's not white enough for them. That is part of the thing, but right now it's because he's supporting the regime change in Venezuela. That's the current thing that the Groypers are having a problem with him over, which is very funny. But it doesn't matter. Like, the thing with all these dumbasses is it doesn't really matter. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse also chiming in on all of this. After thinking about it, should I travel across the state line into Minnesota? Aha, very, very funny. Very funny of you to say that, Kyle Rittenhouse, you chubby little fucking weirdo. Now, I'm just gonna post an image of him crying in his replies. Very important. There we go. You can't be mean enough to these people, by the way. Do I know about Gypsy Crusader? I am aware of Gypsy Crusader, yes. Also dog shit. Also a Nazi. Also, remember how, for example, Trump said he was going to look to bring down the housing costs in America by not having corporate landlords own a bunch of single-family homes? Not even 1% of housing in America, of single-family housing in America, is owned by private equity. Yeah. It's like 0.5%. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's not like it's supposed to look like it's not going to address housing in problems in America. Like, that's not the fucking problem. The biggest issue with housing in America is zoning. Zoning is really bad in America. And also the fact that large firms, like large corporate landlords, are allowed to buy up a ton of buildings and basically try to flip them into speculative real estate assets. That's the fucking problem. Wasn't there also something where the administration was trying to come up with plans, basically, to talk about? This is how we're going to do our invasion of Greenland, actually. Right. Okay, he said that what he wants to do is to buy Greenland, basically, which is stupid. The Danish have already said, yeah, not to fucking... it's not for sale. From John Federman, I believe Greenland has massive strategic benefits for the United States. I do not support taking it by force. America is not a bully. Ideally, we purchase it, similar to our purchases of Alaska or the Louisiana Purchase. Oh, so we're just... basically giving into the fucking framing of the administration. Stupid. The Danish have already said that Greenland's not for fucking sale. It's just like, it's not for sale, dude. Acquiring Greenland is a many decades old conversation. I don't know, just as expected from the ogre who had a stroke. By the way, the thing with fucking Greenland specifically is basically just hey, what was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. Just fucking stupid. It's really, really dumb. I'll also talk about this Greenland stuff as well. Oh, Nick Shirley also broke into the Capitol? Damn, crazy. I'm just gonna say, like, Nick Shirley has fucking blood on his hands. He just does. Not shocked that he's a J6er. Yeah, he went in there so he can film. He has blood on his hands. Not shocked whatsoever, as expected from Nick Shirley. Oh, man. You can't hate conservatives enough, man. You really can't. Just making sure I have everything I want. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking doozy. JD Vance, America has a bit of a Somali problem. Okay. I mean, he is a groiper, so like more or less just nothing more than a groiper. Conservatives just learning. Also, conservatives are just learning about the amount of assets that the United States has in comparison to Russia. It's like, what, you guys are just learning about that? No shit. In a straight-up engagement, the Russians, assuming no nukes, of course, the Russians would get blown the fuck out of the water. They would not stand a chance. In the air, wrap. The United States wins. In the water, wrap. The United States just looks at them just like, die. Get owned, dumbass. Not to also mention with because the only thing the Americans do not really have going for them is they don't really have a doctrine for their ground forces. Like, that's really it. That's the only thing that the Americans don't have. But otherwise, in terms of everything else, meh. They're the best in the world. Because generally speaking, they don't want to, well, and the reason for that is mostly because of politically speaking. Politically speaking, it makes America look really, really bad to be the guys who are deploying troops on the fucking ground. And it's very unpopular to do as such. So they decided, well, we're just going to only be fighting constantly through proxies or our allies and just provide them air cover. That's it. don't think I have anything else that I want. Alright, well. Time to start calling conservative slurs. Very important. Yeah, this has been running the whole time in the background. Incredibly important. Yeah, we're gonna do the fucking Tim Pool thing probably tomorrow. Turns out there's too much going on right now. We're gonna make fun of Charlie Kirk. Oh, whoa, Charlie Kirk is completely irrelevant? Who would have thought? And the sort of, I don't know, Reichstag fire moment that the conservatives really wanted never really materialized. Shocker. All these conservatives, quick reminder, all these dumbass motherfuckers were trying to do literally everything possible, and I mean everything possible, to, I don't know, help catalyze a movement that was based off of the killing of Charlie Kirk, the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk, and it ultimately ended up amounting to nothing. So this was a university professor who got fired over a post about Charlie Kirk. And basically, Marsha Blackburn, who is one of the dumbest fucking senators from Tennessee, took a screenshot of that Facebook post that the professor made. And, Taryn Michael. That's the name of the guy. And he's getting $500K for this, so thank you for the free $500K. He is a theater professor who made a social media post where he basically, all he did was post one of Charlie Kirk's clips, and that was it, and just criticized it. And then the conservatives, obviously, they got into a complete fucking frenzy about this and advocated for this guy to be fired. Well, turns out a couple months later, he's going to be back and is getting paid for his troubles. Because I'm assuming he more than likely sued his fucking goddamn employer, saying, like, why the fuck are you capitulating to these conservative dumbasses? Like, because, by the way, and we're going to get to the Minneapolis shooting, conservatives, there is pretty much, like, these motherfuckers have no standards. It doesn't matter with these pieces of shit. We talked about this with Kong Min Lee. Kong Min Lee got fired from his job for being a racist little fucking freak. And online specifically. Talking about wanting to repeal the 19th Amendment, repeal women's rights, was incredibly fucking racist, incredibly homophobic, and incredibly fucking transphobic. He got fucking fired from his job. Why? Because he's a miserable little wretch, right? Just like all these fucking goddamn conservatives. And it turns out businesses, generally speaking, don't really like the fact that you can be if you are hired by a company, are seen as a representation of said company. And if you act like a little miserable freak online, that doesn't really bode well or look really good for the standing of that corporation. So very often they will just fire a lot of people for being like miserable little weirdos online. And guess what? Darren Michael, in this particular instance, when he talked about Charlie Kirk, just brought up a clip about him. That's his crime, by the way. He just brought up a clip of something that Charlie Kirk said, and broadly speaking, I believe just like criticized the quote. That's it. That's it. Literally. It's crazy. And he's going to get paid $500,000. What a complete fucking failure here by the conservatives. He was not able to catalyze anything whatsoever from this. Genuinely fucking insane, though. Yeah, criticism is harassment, though. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Genuinely insane. Like, what? Fired on September 12th, 2 days after Charlie Kirk was shot by a sniper at Utah Valley University for posting insensitive content on social media related to the Turning Points USA co-founder. In one Facebook post, which caught the attention of U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, incredibly fucking stupid, by the way, Michael shared an article. Charlie Kirk says gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. The professor didn't add any additional caption to the post. This is what Marsha Blackburn decided to cause a fucking, I don't know, like cancel mob for this theater professor was. for a quote that Charlie Kirk said. He said that quote. We can find the clip of him saying the quote. Fuck it. I'll go find it right now. Charlie Kirk. Gun deaths quote. Hey, Marsha, let me do a better job than you at like your attempt to try to clip chimp a fucking professor. This is Charlie Kirk, unironically saying what was said by the fucking professor, what was posted there.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them.
Sure.
By having more fathers in the home.
That's
by
not the
having
reason
more
why.
armed guards in front of schools.
That's not the reason why.
We should have an honest and clear reduction.
Okay, I just want to say this real quick. In Canada, we used to have bigger problems with gun crime. Why? Because Stephen Harper loosened a lot of the regulations of people being able to acquire more firearms, handguns, assault weapons as well. Stephen Harper loosened a lot of the regulations and made it easier for people to be able to get guns. When the Liberals came in, one of the first things they did was tighten up those regulations and ban the sale of handguns within Canada. Gun crime basically disappeared. There was hardly any fucking gun deaths. I used to hear, when I was a kid, very often when I listened to the local radio, very, very often you would hear stories, basically every 2 to 3 days, about gun deaths that would happen within my city. Nowadays, hardly hear any of that.
Reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And there you fucking go. Not to go into how the Second Amendment is not going to protect your other God-given rights. Nonsensical. It's conservative fucking drivel. That's besides the point. That was what he posted. Something that Charlie Kirk himself literally fucking said. He said that. And guess what? He is now $500,000 richer. So personally, who's the real winner in the end here? I think Darren Michael is the real winner in the end here because I can only assume that an associate professor, theater professor, probably doesn't really get paid all that well. But guess what? My man is now $500,000 richer. And we love that for my man. Fucking, as always, Charlie Kirk's death has pretty much been relegated to complete fucking irrelevance. Conservatives were, of course, mad about this, saying like, wow, we literally were not able to capitalize at all whatsoever off of Charlie Kirk's death, which should pretty much tell you everything that you need to know about these charlatans, about these fucking charlatans. Yeah, like, you know, all the Erica Kirk memes talking about like, how most normal people grieve, and they would like be grieving normally, but then there's like, but Erica Kirk for some reason, she'd be like, it's like it would be like a meme of like someone dancing or something, or like pyrotechnics, and it's a whole WWE show. They never gave much of a shit at all about Charlie Kirk because for these people, it's all about politics for them. They don't give a fuck if someone dies. These people do not give much of a flying fuck whatsoever about the good of people. They've never cared about that. And if they, can cause more suffering within the world, they gladly would. These are conservatives we're talking about. They are not fucking human. They are miserable, miserable fucking wretches. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, Darren Michael, you are now $500,000 richer, my friend. get the Trump our hemisphere. There we go. That's what I wanted. Pax Americana. Pax Americana. Dude, Pax Americana is going so hard, dude. Because that's, by the way, this is unironically what this shit is. It's just Pax Americana. It's so fucking lit, bros. Dude. I can feel my butthole quivering. Who said that? Greenland, the current sort of strategy of this dying fucking empire known as the United States of America, who wants to basically try to aura farm off of the fact that they were pretending to threaten an invasion of Greenland. By the way, we took a look at the whole Stephen Miller interview that he had with Jake Tapper, where he just had like a schizophrenic fucking conniption basically the entire time, where unironically he just drops the sort of pretext for wanting to, moral pretext for wanting to do invasions. Basically saying, like, America is strong, we are strong, so we can just do invasions. We are the world superpower, so we should just do invasions. At the very least, before, even the Trump administration was doing this during the first year of this administration. It's only the start of the second year. Jesus fucking Christ. And there's already just a ridiculous amount of shit going on. At the very least, there would be some form of morality, some form of justification saying like, oh, the people want us there. Oh, they have like national security. Nah, fuck that. Stephen Miller doesn't give a shit about any of that stuff. He would prefer to just straight up say like, nah, fuck it. We're just going to basically do the invasion because we feel like we are owed the land. For what reason exactly? Nah, just because we are. We're the superpower, so therefore we deserve it. The naked sort of imperialism, and it is the symptom of a dying fucking empire. Like, unironically, that is what they're doing currently with Greenland. It doesn't seem the president to be to really want to agree with that. He doesn't want to do that, an invasion, although he has said, and he has consistently threatened to do invasion. But here's John Fetterman, this stroked out ogre, basically just taking the administration's sort of framing into all of this and just saying, nah, fuck it. We're just going to go ahead and just buy it. I don't support it taking by force. America's not a bully. Ideally, we purchase it. The Danish government has said multiple fucking times that it's not for sale. For a deal to be reached, for a deal to be made, there has to be two consenting sides. Both sides have to fucking agree to something. Like, that's how it generally works. Of course, like all the European leaders, let me just grab that real quick, all had their own separate reactions to all of this. Basically just saying like, we'll monitor it, we'll see what happens. And it basically just being rather mealy-mouthed about this. Saying like, we'll think about like what's going on here. You know, maybe we'll do something about this. And they had offered like words of condemnation. No, that is not enough. If you want to be at this point treated fucking seriously, you treat America as if it is a rogue state. It is because America is a rogue state. You guys are a fucking terrorist state at this point. You cannot, like, period, end of fucking story, cannot fucking tolerate this shit from America. You cannot fucking tolerate this shit. And just say like, oh yeah, you know, we'll just like monitor the situation. We'll consider our options, blah, blah, blah. No. Embargo and deployment of forces. You just have to at this point. Just be like, no. We're going to fucking deploy our troops. We're going to force the Americans that are currently stationed in Greenland out of the fucking goddamn territory because America cannot be trusted. It is a rogue state. It is a terror state. You just get rid of them. You kick them out. You cannot fucking trust them. You cannot pacify these people. Because guess who's really remembered well throughout fucking history for attempting to appease Hitler? Oh, Neville Chamberlain. Everyone remembers the success of fucking appeasement by Neville fucking Chamberlain, dude. As well as the fucking French, because they were so desperate to not get into a fucking war. Now, I'm not saying for the Europeans to get into a conflict with America. No. What I am saying, and this also, I'm throwing in Canada into this as well, cut off the Americans. This is a rogue terror state, and the current vestiges of power are not going to do anything about this. Nothing at all. Because I guarantee you, when this deal inevitably falls through, because I believe that Marco Rubio has been sent off to try to do this fucking deal, when this inevitably falls through, not gonna no one's gonna want to fucking go along with this. This deal is not going to go anywhere, and is inevitably going to fall through and end up not going anywhere. What are they going to do? What's the administration going to do? Are they going to try to take it by force? What's their options then? They've talked about wanting to take Greenland by force. They have. Stephen Miller literally just said, unironically, Pax Americana, we are the world superpower. The Monroe Doctrine is Trump's doctrine, so we're going to fucking take over Greenland for ourselves because it's a part of our fucking hemisphere. Unironically, this is the Department of State. This is the State Department that's saying this shit. This Marco Rubio shit rag right here, right? Marco Rubio runs this fucking department right here. And he probably approves of something like this, unironically. Now, does Marco Rubio care as much about, like, Greenland? Probably not. His thing is more so the Caribbean, obviously. He cared. Venezuela was 1,000% all Marco Rubio. And now they're going to be targeting Cuba as well. Perhaps even Mexico. They've threatened Mexico. They've threatened us again. So, that's great. And are the Europeans, are they going to fucking do anything about this? No. No, of course not. Why would they do something about this? That would actually require having a fucking spine to stand up to this belligerent fucking freak. Completely fucking belligerent fucking freak. Because again, like I said before, appeasement is very, very well remembered throughout the history books. Neville Chamberlain is someone who is definitely well remembered. Like, get the fuck out of here. And I mean, here, again, I don't know if it's a governor or like the prime minister of Greenland. I'm not sure exactly how it works. But this is the guy who runs Greenland. Greenland is not property. I thought you knew better. Greenland is not for sale. Period. Well, I feel like this might be a particularly important person to get on your side if you want to be able to purchase Greenland. That is, you know, the main sort of representatives who represent Greenland in I don't know, like the Danish Parliament, I believe. Yeah, the Danish Parliament. Yeah, dude. Yeah, like, totally. This is gonna really work out well, you fucking stroked out fucking ogre. Very, very fucking stupid. Yeah, it's true. Listen, if the Greenlandic people want to basically not be owned by Denmark, especially not the United States, that's their decision to make, right? And I don't necessarily remember what exactly the polling is in terms of like Greenland separating from Denmark. I think that's something that's probably more hotly contested. Who really knows? If they vote and they want to leave, they can leave. I think that's totally fine. Strategically, they do benefit from the EU, though. They do, probably. Maybe that's probably why they don't really necessarily want to leave, because they benefit more from the EU because Denmark is a part of the EU. I digress, however. It's been made very, very fucking clear to the Americans that, no, you're not going to take Greenland. We don't want you here. fuck off. And this has been consistently said. No amount of like, I'm really good at making deals. If I just make the correct deal with Greenland, then I'll be able to purchase the territory from them. And unironically, he appointed the Louisiana governor to be the special envoy to Greenland, which is something he can't do. Only Denmark can appoint special envoys to Greenland. So, again, you can't fucking do that. All because he is the governor of Louisiana and as such has experience in doing purchases of large masses of land because of the Louisiana. It's incredibly stupid. But we're dealing with children here. We're dealing with effectively what are middle schoolers. Yeah, that's the logic, Boy Meets Mini. Unironically, the reason why the governor of Louisiana was appointed as sort of the special envoy to Greenland is because Louisiana was bought in the Louisiana Purchase. Unironically, we are dealing with childish logic. But just to talk about this real quick. Real quick. The reason why the sort of Pax Americana, this is our hemisphere, Monroe Doctrine, this is our destined sort of land for us to completely control the Western Hemisphere. The reason why this is happening is because first off, because Trump's a fucking idiot. Second off, it's because in the mind of Trump, this is how he wants to do geopolitics in a sort of realpolitik sort of way. He thinks America is strong. He thinks that America is the superpower of the world. Stephen Miller also thinks this, by the way. So therefore, America has the right to basically bully and treat its neighbors like shit and potentially just invade and occupy them if they feel like it, without any sort of like regard or thoughts or paying attention to what the people within those countries would think of the American sort of decisions, where they'd be like, no, we do not want you to do this. But this is the mind of a child we're talking about here. The mind of Trump is the mind of like a delusional sort of middle schooler who thinks he's going to get better in high school or inevitably sort of just crashes out and doesn't really go anywhere with it. That's the mind of the individual that we're sort of dealing with here. These people are fucking children. They are children. They think like children. They believe in certain things like children. You cannot negotiate with these people. You just have to treat them like what they are, and that is belligerence. There is no other way that you can treat America besides as a rogue fucking terror state. Because that is what they are. They just want to go around and just take a bunch of people's lands. For what purpose exactly? Because they just feel like they can ore a farm off of it. Genuinely childish thinking from this administration. But what else is there to really say? Greenland is not for sale. The Danish have said it's not for sale. I don't know why this ogre is joining along with Trump's framing in all of this. Stupid, but whatever. John Fetterman, stroke victim. His brain doesn't work anymore, as expected. And the Greenlandic people have made it very, very, very fucking clear that they don't want to be owned and purchased by America. The Danish have made it very clear that they don't want to be owned and purchased by America. But the European Union, are they going to do anything about this? If it happens? No. Nah. Fuck no. Because, again, they just think that they can appease the Mad King Trump, who feels like he can just do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, there's only one path forward for you here, Europe. I know that, like, Keir Starmer basically gave a really, really weak, mealy-mouthed response to all of this. Basically saying that, the Americans' actions within Venezuela, well, that was justified because Nicolas Maduro is a bad, stinky man. Yeah, dude, he's a bad, stinky man, but there's an ongoing investigation into why, well, Nicolas Maduro probably cheated on his fucking elections. There was already an investigation going into that. So, again, if you cared about international law, Keir Starmer, you would have let that investigation play out and then sentencing and something can basically be done about that. But, nah, fuck that. Just do the regime change. Who cares? But if Americans decide to go after Greenland and try to take it over by force, will that be really bad, stinky, and naughty by the President of the United States, and we'd have to tut and say that it's really bad? No, there's only one thing you can do. Deploy troops, deploy equipment, deploy assets, and kick the Americans off of the fucking landmass. You cannot trust America in this. They are a rogue terror state. Embargo them. Do not trade with them anymore. Get rid of them. Cut them off. Unironically. Because you can't allow this to keep going. Appeasement was tried once before, and it failed. Neville Chamberlain, not remembered very fondly throughout history. But then again, Europe is so ridiculously fucking weak and completely cucked to America, they're not going to fucking do shit about this. The only people who I think who have deployed some troops to Greenland were the Spanish. That is it. At least the Spanish somewhat recognize the threat of America. All the other European nations, now we'll just monitor the situation. We'll see what exactly happens. Weak, pathetic. That's not going to mean anything to the fucking United States of America, who are unironically posting shit like this. Pax Americana, LARPy fucking bullshit. Because again, dying empire needs to do everything possible to maintain some form of relevance within the fucking world for the fact that they are an empire which is currently dying off. Don't think there's really much else to say besides embargo America. Treat it as a rogue terror state, because that's exactly what it is. I'm going to take a piss real quick. I feel like taking a piss. So I'll be right back. Fresh air in here. Racism. Our favorite isms. We are so Bardock Hussein Obumus. Oh Chungus. Barfsack O'Crumbo. Oh, the right's soying out about Ashley Babbitt again? Okay, whatever. Damn, shouldn't have been a dumbass who participated in January 6th. The woman in the car invade the Capitol? What, who? Ashley Babbitt? No, she's like one of the casualties. She's one of the people who got killed. No, it's because Jan 6 was yesterday. Or it was yesterday. January 6th. That's why. 5th anniversary. Been 5 fucking years, dude. Imperial Putsch. True. True. Well, I'm aware. All right. Pig news. Let's do this. In our sort of latest update in Venezuela War Watch, I guess for lack of a better term, Trump doing a fun little announcement here. Why don't we take a look? I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil. Whoa, time out. You on the campaign trail unironically said that Venezuelan oil is dog shit. You said that. You said it was dog shit. And Venezuelan oil, as we all know, is sour heavy crude. Some of the lowest of low quality crude oil. Now you're saying it's high quality sanctioned oil? Well, what's going on here? It's almost as if, again, no plan, not like basically going off of like nothing. Basically, it's so fucking stupid. Again, the only reason why Trump is doing this is because he just wants to benefit personally himself from this. Like, that's literally it. Like, this isn't about the United States of America. This isn't about, like, I mean, this is also about helping his, like, buddies in the oil industry. But even, by the way, return on investment of all this is not going anywhere. Trump himself, and this is stuff that I'm going to be summarizing from a Bell the Fifth Column video, or Bell the Ranch video, because she explained it very, very well here. A USS Gerald R. Ford, that is the current carrier that is stationed in the area. Trump himself has said that is going to be staying there for a while. 30 to 50 million barrels of crude oil that still has to be refined before being able to be pushed out to market, or, I don't know, for being sold on the market in general. I don't know who the fuck's going to buy all this Venezuelan crude oil besides the United States of America, because they're the only ones who have the facilities in order to refine that stuff. But whatever. Trump's not very intelligent, 6 failed businesses, and destroyed his own fucking fund. Nonsensical. To be able to have the Gerald R. Ford in the area, and this is, by the way, without counting its escort as well, because we're talking about a carrier group here, right? It's going to have its escort, destroyers, cruisers, what have you. Very expensive. And the rough calculations made by Bell the Fifth Column alone for the Gerald R. Ford just to be there is going to cost like $500 million after about 6 months. Because who knows how long it's going to take to get all these millions of barrels of oil and then shift it out to the market to be sold. It's almost as if, again, in terms of production of oil, the U.S. is producing a lot of fucking oil. It's not, the problem is that it's not the production of oil for what the U.S. needs, right? It's nonsensical. I don't know if Trump doesn't understand this, the basic principles of economics, but supply and demand, if you have a big supply of a thing, then demand of it goes down significantly. Again, to just think about this for logically for 3 seconds. Not to even mention the fact that even if the American oil companies were to go in and start to begin to want to extract Venezuelan crude oil, right? In order to be able to profit from it, the return on investment is slated to be very, very low. So it's one of those situations where it's just like, why are you doing this? The math isn't fucking mathing. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. But then again, if you remember the sort of "It's Our Hemisphere" post by the State Department, they basically just said, Pax Americana, we're just going to take over countries because they're in our hemisphere, they're in our sphere of influence. This is the sort of idiot realpolitik that Trump wants to sort of engage with, which is incredibly childish. He basically thinks, and same with how Stephen Miller also thinks, and also Marco Rubio, he himself doesn't really think like this, but he just wants war with Venezuela, so he's just going along with this. This is probably all his pet project here. These people just generally sort of think that since America is the superpower, they should just be able to bully and just take over countries as much as they want. Stupid. It's non-fucking sensical. This isn't gonna go fucking anywhere. It's just really, really fucking stupid. To the United States of America, this oil will be sold at its market price. I think it's about $43 per barrel. It's not that much. And again, who knows if it's going to stay at about $43 per barrel. Probably it's going to go down because the supply of it goes up, which means the demand of it goes down. Basic economic principles. And that money will be controlled by me. So he's just, I don't know, making a sovereign wealth fund under himself, basically, or something? What does that even mean? Okay, dude. Nice meme. as the President of the United States of America, to ensure it's used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. You know, for all this talk about how he wanted to depose the dictator of Venezuela, he's going to use the money that he's claiming himself to help benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States of America. Like, I'm failing to see how exactly this is going to work. Because Trump is a liar. He lies about as much as he breathes. Nothing he says can be trusted. Nothing he says can be believed. We have no reason to sort of operate under the assumption that Trump is being an honest actor in any of this. In fact, I think you should never assume that Trump is being a fucking honest actor in any of this stuff. And that he just wants to benefit from this financially for himself. That is it. That is the only person that Trump has consistently watched out for. That is himself. To ensure it is used to benefit the people of the United States and Venezuela, I have asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Pete Hegseth and Rubio decided to have a little bit of a press conference, a little bit of an update for us, talking about what his current posture is, or of the administration rather, is currently right now. Why don't we take a listen?
I'm against everything he said. Well, there's a lot of operational details that can't be discussed publicly, obviously, for obvious reasons. So as we move forward, we'll describe our process, which is a threefold process in Venezuela. I've described it to them now. Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. Part of that stabilization, and the reason why we understand and believe that we have the strongest leverage possible, is our quarantine.
I mean, you guys already just basically left the vice president in power, who is currently a Chavista, right? Because that's what the military wanted. Like, unironically, Maria Corina Machado basically just wanted to do everything possible to become leader of Venezuela, but the military basically said no and preferred the Delcy Rodriguez to stay in power instead. And as a result, all that begging and groveling, she even, like, Maria Corina Machado also just dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump to basically as, like, another sort of, like, pathetic way to try to appeal to Trump. Sorry, honey, I don't like you. You're begging too much and it's making you look kind of weird. I don't like that. And basically, she's just, her sort of, I don't know, goal is just not going to be actualized and is not coming to fruition of all that begging and groveling that she did in order to try to be leader of Venezuela. It just failed miserably because the military said, like, yeah, we don't like her. We prefer to have the Chavista in power anyways. Very, very funny.
As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil.
By the way, one of the ships they seized was a Russian oil tanker, right? Trump hijacks another oil tanker in the North Atlantic, a tanker sailing under the Russian flag. The U.S. thinks think warrants issued in their own country entitle them to seize tankers in international waters. They think they police the world. It's nothing more than piracy. I can't really disagree with this whatsoever. This is just piracy. And this isn't the first time they did this. They've already done this with Venezuelan tankers as well. So, fuck it. Why don't we just take a Russian one instead? It's like, well, Badajo, it's a part of the Shadow Fleet that the Russians are using to help the Venezuelans skirt around the sanctions. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter what the reasoning is here in particular. You can't just take a tanker that's sailing in international waters. By the way, the British also helped the United States out in this raid as well. So, good job, Great Britain. Very, very cool that you're co-signing this blatant fucking piracy here. Very, very cool that the United States is engaging in. Meanwhile, also talking about, like, oh, you know, Venezuela can have its own decisions and sovereign ability to make its own decisions. But, Greenland? Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Who cares about the opinions of weak idiot Keir Starmer? He's irrelevant, and you should hate him for all eternity. It should really go without really much to say whatsoever that this is just a blatant sort of attempt at just piracy. That's like literally it. I don't know. I mean, they did seem to have learned this from the Israelis when they consistently engaged in their third favorite activity, and that was piracy, by stopping all those boats consistently in international waters while they were trying to break the blockade in Gaza.
Oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime. So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front. The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery, and that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market in a way that's fair. Also, at the same time, begin to create the process of reconciliation nationally within Venezuela so that the opposition forces can be amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society. And then the third phase, of course, will be one of transition. Some of this will overlap. I've described this to them in great detail.
Well, like what transition? From what, a Chavista government to the opposition government? Also, by the way, the recovery stage is irrelevant. Like, again, if you just let the Venezuelans make their own sovereign decisions and be able to govern their country as they see fit, shocker, then there wouldn't be any need for any of this stuff. Again, it's just naked imperialism, fucking Pax Americana fucking bullshit, right? That's the only, like, dying empire type stuff. That's the only reason why they're doing this. And Trump himself literally said that he's using this to benefit himself specifically. Like, literally in the fucking goddamn tweet. Like, and that money will be controlled by me. Like, I don't think that's exactly how that fucking works. I'm 100% certain that this is definitely fucking legal. You just seizing another country's sort of assets because you just decided it's fucking sanctioned. I don't think that's how that works exactly. You can't just like claim that money for yourself. Like, they would be, if it is sanctioned resources, then it is a frozen asset because it has been sanctioned, right? That's how it generally works. But you just claiming it for yourself? No, I don't think that's how that works.
Detail. We'll have more detail in the days to follow, but we feel like we're moving forward here in a very positive way.
How long will this take, Secretary?
Some senators who are in that briefing describing your operation variously as that you're winging it, but there's no plan for Venezuela going forward.
Yeah, they're going to say that. I used to be a senator too. That's what you always say when it's the other party. The bottom line is we've gone into great detail with them about the planning. We've described it to them. In fact, it's not just winging it. It's not just saying or speculating it's going to happen. It's already happening. Like the oil arrangement that we've made with PDVSA on their sanctioned oil that they can't move. Understand, they are not generating any revenue from their oil right now. They can't move it unless we allow it to move because we have sanctions, because we're enforcing those sanctions.
Again, hey, by the way, Trump supporters, I'm going to say this again over and over and over and over and over again. I thought this was about, like America first. What happened? This seems like it's a bunch of Venezuela first bullshit. A bunch of fucking regime change shit. Again, like, consistently, and I mean consistently with these motherfuckers, they are just charlatans and fucking liars. I find it extremely hilarious how all of these people, and I mean all of these people, immediately, as soon as Donald Trump immediately started becoming as unpopular as he was, and his policies became as terrible as they were, immediately just going back to being fucking dumbass neocons every single fucking time.
This is tremendous leverage. We are exercising it in a positive way. The president described it last night. Secretary will have more to say on it today, who's involved in running this portfolio. And we feel very positive that not only will that generate revenue that will be used to the benefit of the Venezuelan people, and we're ensured that that's what the case is.
It won't even cover the operational costs for the carrier group needed to enforce this to even happen. And guess what? Every single oil company wants to wash their hands clean from this shit. They want absolutely nothing to do with this stuff. Saying like, yeah, it would take us about like 10 to 15 years to even set up the facilities, and it's not even that good of crude. We want nothing to do with this, man. We don't want to this is just looking really, really bad. It's just a shit show. It looks really bad, and again, the only reason why the Trump administration is doing this is because, and this is a point that Belle the Fifth column, or Belle the Ranch, also says herself, and I agree with her when she says this. The only reason why Trump is doing this is because lame duck. That's it. The lame duck is quack, quack, quacking louder than ever. His sort of stint of power, it's gone. Basically, like, he has revolts within his own ranks. The Republicans within the House and the Senate are incredibly demoralized. There's slated to be another fucking government shutdown by the 31st. The ACA subsidies are currently non-existent. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing. It's a complete shit show. And there is very, very low morale with the fucking goddamn Republican Party. Why? Because they know that their dumbasses are probably going to get trounced in the midterms, right? I think, like, despite how ridiculously fucking weak the Democratic Party is, and by the way, they're not putting up any effective resistance to any of this whatsoever. They are incredibly fucking weak. Like, here, just some examples talking about this whole fiasco here with Venezuela. Here's Chuck Schumer talking about being very disappointed in Marco Rubio. Yeah, dude. Yeah, totally.
Given what's happened here in Venezuela and the actions that Marco Rubio has taken, do you regret your vote to confirm him?
I am deeply, deeply disappointed in Marco Rubio.
Oh, I'm sure you're deeply, deeply disappointed in fucking Marco Rubio. Then why would you confirm him to be Secretary of State in the Trump administration? Why would you do that? Marco Rubio has always made his positions very fucking clear throughout his time in the Senate that he's just a bloodthirsty neocon who would go for any war possible within the Caribbean because anything possible to just go after specifically Cuba. Like, whatever. At any cost. Any sacrifice will be made. That and Iran. If there's any opportunity for war, Marco Rubio will try to take it.
Even before Venezuela, and even more so now.
Oh, I'm sure. Chucky boy. What's this? You seem to be real buddy with Marco Rubio. What happened? I thought you were really deeply disappointed here. It makes it more and more difficult to stave off the positions of both parties. Again, it's a one big club, and your dumbass isn't in it. When you do shit like this, Chuck, because, again, you are making it look like it's one big old club and your dumbass isn't fucking in it, right? Or rather, our dumbasses are not in it, right? Making it look like a complete fucking uniparty. Very, very good, Chuck. Great politics here as always.
But it also gives us an amount of leverage and influence and control over how this process moves.
Mr. Secretary, on Denmark, sir. Mr. Secretary, on Denmark. Why has the administration not taken Denmark's offer to discuss the situation in Greenland? And
I'll be meeting with them next week.
Will you take military intervention off the table?
I'm not here to talk about Denmark.
So yeah, just real quick, yeah, this is the current plan of the administration. They're going to send Marco Rubio to try to work out a deal. The Danish have made it very clear they don't want to sell the territory.
Marco military intervention. I'll be meeting with them next week. We'll have those conversations with them then. And but I'm not anything further to add to that.
Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the.
Who are the other presidents that have talked about this? I know that fucking John Fetterman, that inbred ogre, that stroked out ogre, said that this is a decades-old sort of conversation. Who the fuck said this? I'm curious. I'm looking this up. Which U.S. president wanted to buy Greenland? So there was notable internal discussions within the U.S. federal government about acquiring Greenland in 1867, 1910, 1946, 1955, and, of course, during Trump's sort of administration as well. That's literally it. Acquisition has been advocated, by the way. No proposals or anything whatsoever. So, okay, cool. William H. Seward, James F. Barnes, and Vice President Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. A Rockefeller, eh? No Pepe posting. Those are the main people who have said they wanted to. I'm pretty sure this is all a fucking deranged plan. So they're just basing this off of, internal discussions that the U.S. federal government just had. By the way, the internal discussions that happen within the federal government are very fucking... Like, I know that the Pentagon, for example, has invasion plans for every sort of country on Earth. They'll just talk about shit and propose stuff and just be like, what if we just do this? What if we just do that? And most people will just be like, that's insane. Why are we doing this? Although in the case of fucking Greenland, this is more so a pet project idea here by Stephen Miller. And since Trump has basically the entirety of the Republican establishment in complete lockstep with him, all these motherfuckers are just going to go along with this plan because they care more about their political careers rather than looking sane and normal in terms of, I don't know, their brains.
The fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
The White House put out a statement last night saying that the military option is on the table. Thank you for a second. They said the military option is on the table. So is the administration really willing to risk the NATO alliance by potentially moving ahead with military operation?
What I think the White House said yesterday is what I will tell you now and I've always said. The president always retained the option. Every president, not this president, every president always retains the option. I'm not talking about Greenland. I'm just talking about globally. If the president identifies a threat to the national security of the United States, every president retains the option.
What fucking threat does Greenland pose to the United States of America? Like, what? With their 60,000 fucking people. And the fact that they are, again, a territory of Denmark. And Denmark is a close ally to the United States of America. Well, like, what threat do they pose? Yeah, they're too fucking libtard. That's true, boy meets... All that geothermal power makes them way too woke. That's true.
The option to address it through military means. As a diplomat, which is what I am now, and what we work on, we always prefer to settle it in different ways. That included in Venezuela. We tried repeatedly to reach an outcome here that did not involve having to go in and grab an indicted drug trafficker. Those were...
First off, no evidence presented that he's a drug trafficker. Zero whatsoever. Second off, this is the exact same thing you motherfuckers did with Iran. You guys did about 7 rounds of negotiations, and eventually, just along with the Israelis, decided to bomb the shit out of the Iranians anyways. Bombing their air defenses, bombing other strategic assets, such as their nuclear sites as well, which did nothing to slow down the Iranian nuclear program, I digress, but whatever. And basically, you did a bunch of, like, show negotiations to make it look like you were trying to negotiate, but then you're just like, we have no option. We just have to bomb the fuck out of them because negotiations are just not working. They're not playing along. Yeah, because your proposals are just nonsensical. They're stupid. And it makes a lot of sense why countries are just like, no. I'm interested in talking, but, like, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous. We're not going to do this. This is stupid. And then you just get mad about the fact that your unreasonable sort of demands are not being met, and as a byproduct of just bombing the shit out of people. Again, rogue terror state. That's the United States of America now.
Unsuccessful, unfortunately.
The people of Venezuela are waking up to the same regime. Do you not worry about that?
Well, first of all, the bottom line is that there's a process now in place where we have tremendous control and leverage over what those interim authorities are doing and are able to do. But obviously this will be a positive transition. In the end, it will be up to the Venezuelan people to transform their country. We are prepared under the right conditions, using the leverage that we have, which includes the fact that they...
If it was up to the fucking Venezuelan people, then you would not have done the fucking regime change, and you would have let the current investigation that's going on right now to play out into Maduro's recent elections. But you didn't do that. So again, just liars.
Not move any oil unless we allow them to move it to... Well, again, I'm not going to give you a timeline on it. We wanted to move as soon as possible. But we didn't expect this. It's been 3 days since this happened, 4 days since this happened. So I understand that in the cycle and society we now live in, everyone wants instant outcomes. They want it to happen overnight. It's not going to work that way. But we're already seeing progress. With this new deal that's been announced and more deals to follow, you're already seeing how the leverage the United States has over those interim authorities is going to begin to lead to positive outcomes.
How much does it cost American taxpayers? How long
it doesn't cost us. It doesn't cost us.
The U.S. involvement in Venezuela, how much will it cost?
Well, it doesn't going to cost us any money. For example, this oil deal that's happening doesn't cost us any money. On the contrary. And if it opens...
Yeah, bullshit, by the way. Not exactly how that works. It is, again, slated to not even be able to pay the upkeep costs necessary to keep the USS Gerald R. Ford stationed within the area. You know, not even in combat or anything, just like literally just kind of sitting there, just chilling.
opens up. Well, look, I don't have the numbers. What operation are you talking about? The entire thing?
Yeah.
Well, these troops are going to be deployed. None of these troops sit in a dry dock waiting for action. They're deployed somewhere in the world. If they're not here, they're somewhere else. Just today, our forces, not deployed to the Caribbean, seized a boat, a sanctioned boat tied to the IRGC that tried to flee from us. That happened somewhere else. We are constantly involved in action. We have boats in the Mediterranean. We have ships in the Middle East. We have ships in the Indo-Pacific. These ships, if they weren't in the Caribbean, they'd be somewhere else conducting activity. That's what the Navy does.
They were in the Mediterranean. That's where the Gerald R. Fort was initially stationed, in the Mediterranean. Yeah, they are basically small cities, yes, and you guys have 11 of them.
Yeah. I want to emphasize that question from CNN. The question's never asked how much does it cost when they're in the Mediterranean or the Red Sea or the Indian Ocean or the Pacific. But now that they're in our hemisphere, on a counter-cartel mission or ensuring that an indicted individual comes to justice, now you're asking the question of cost. It's a disingenuous question to begin with. You're trying to find any angle possible to undermine...
Well, no, because the reasoning for as to why you're doing this to begin with is incredibly fucking stupid to begin with. It's not a disingenuous question at this point. Like, yeah, America pays a lot of money from the military budget in order to be able to maintain and upkeep its current forces and retinue, right? That's kind of the point, right? By the way, Trump has also recently truthed out that he is going to raise the budget of the military in 2027 to $1.5 trillion. So that's cool. Great, because the Pentagon definitely needs more fucking money. What happened to America First? I thought we cared about America First. Conservatives? What happened? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because the military needs, I don't know, that amount of money. Very cool. Very cool. Very, 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 very good. Very, very good. We love the fact that, I don't know, our sort of like Pax Americana schizo nonsense is being inherently fucking justified by these charlatan freaks, but whatever. The reason why it's dishonest is because, again, you're saying that this current deal is going to help pay for the upkeep costs and it's basically sort of free, when the math just doesn't work out. The economics on this just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's nonsensical. And the oil companies are trying to wash their hands clean of any fucking association with this. I feel like it would be very important to have, you know, them on your side if you wanted to have this like batshit insane plan to sort of work. But they are saying like, dog, it's not going to make us much money and we want nothing to do with this. So, nah, like, this is not worth it, dude. Like, keep us out of this.
The success of one of the most historic military missions the world has ever seen. The level of sophistication that Senate just was briefed on, and the House was briefed on a classified level, is something only the United States of America can accomplish. The world is taking notice of that. Certainly Venezuela is taking notice of that. And it continues because two oil tankers, overnight, were seized by the United States of America, stateless or sanctioned, because the oil blockade, the quarantine of oil out of unsanctioned or stateless vessels continues. That leverage will continue, as Secretary Rubio outlined. So our military is prepared to continue this. As he said, the president, when he speaks, he means it. He's not messing around. We are an administration of action to advance our interests, and that is on full display. We're happy to brief the House and the Senate.
Guys, we're going to keep doing a bunch of random schizophrenic fucking nonsense, and you're just going to, like, suck it up, buttercup. Yeah, we don't give a shit. Go fuck yourselves. Again, like, it's nonsensical. Like, what are you supposed to say to this? Like, Pax Americana... It's Don Rowe fucking doctrine, and we're just going to take over and bully countries just because we can.
No. Two quick things. Okay, number one, because we have to go, because we got to brief the House, and if we don't and they're pissed at us, you guys better defend us. That way, because we were talking to you. I'll make one more point. It's a very interesting point. One of those ships that was seized that had oil in the Caribbean, you know what the interim authorities are asking for in Venezuela? They want that oil that was seized to be part of this deal. They understand that the only way they can move oil in general...
Well, yeah, that's because you guys fucking stole it for no reason. Like, a sovereign country... is just going to trade with other nations if they want to. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, again, just nonsense from this fucking administration. This is not going to, like, the economics, the numbers on this, very rough numbers that we're operating off of, just makes no sense here for the Trump administration. It's always been about one thing and one thing only with these freaks. All about dying empire and imperial fucking conquest. Pax Americana. Unironically, they just want to do this for the sake of trying to assert their sort of waning dominance to make them look like, guys, we're still big boys and we're still relevant. Yeah, look at us. We're totally heckin' really strong and powerful still on the world stage. When in reality, this is the dying throes of a dying fucking empire that is making itself look more and more ridiculous each passing day after the inherently like nonsensical fucking justifications that they are using in order to do these fucking regime changes and threats to people who are generally speaking their allies. I don't think there's really much else to say besides this is a childlike interpretation for as to how to do foreign policy and also economics. But then again, we're talking about Donald Trump here, the dude whose brain is leaking out of his ears. Thank you, Chuck. Very cool. We're going to keep attacking, folks, and we're never going to stop attacking. We're going to keep attacking, and there's nothing they can do about it. We're going to keep consistently shitting on these fucking losers, and they're going to like it, and there's nothing they can do about it. Very, very important that we keep bullying and shitting on the administration. Yeah, we do have to keep our country gay. Donald Trump said that. That's true. I think it's time for the big meme. Minneapolis. We got some big action happening in Minneapolis now, I suppose. Thanks to the schizophrenic video made by this propagandist, known propagandist Nick Shirley. We'll get to eventually what he's talking about here because he is justifying something that is broadly indefensible. Incredibly fucking indefensible, but you know, I digress. I wouldn't expect anything else from Nick Shirley. He essentially made it such that not only the administration froze a bunch of federal funding for childcare to a bunch of blue states because apparently there's a bunch of fraud happening in there. Any evidence for that? No. Did Nick Shirley add any evidence to that? No, he added nothing to the current DOJ investigation that was started under Joe Biden looking into the fraud problems that is happening within Minnesota in its, child care system. So, the investigation's already happening. It's producing indictments. It's producing a bunch of differing evidence and everything. This motherfucker added nothing. Again, I do this analogy, this comparison consistently. This guy is basically no different than the pedo hunters on YouTube, where there are always a bunch of differing sort of organizations who say, please stop. Do not do this anymore. You are adding nothing to the situation. In fact, you are actively making everything worse for us. Just stop. Do not do this. Yeah, the point was spectacle. That is it. This does not contribute to any of the specific cases. He just randomly decided to go to 2 daycares and was just like, where are the kids? Where are the kids? It makes a lot of sense that the daycare workers there were probably just like, why are there these 2 grown men asking us where are the kids at a daycare? That's a little fucking suspicious. But ICE, of course, has now been deployed within Minneapolis ever since that, well, video came out. And
see this fucking shit.
Look.
Dude. Where's that fucking tattoo? Let me see this fucking shit.
What's this? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Enhance? Zoom? Let's get a better look.
Tattoo. Let me see this.
What's that? Oh. Ah! That looks like a double thunderbolt. Now, for those who may not know, that is the symbol of the Schutzstaffel, aka the SS. The special Nazi elite guard basically was like the elite trained soldiers of the fucking Nazis. And these were the guys who would be posted at the concentration fucking camps as prison guards. Very, very fucking cool. Well, why does this off-duty ICE officer have that tattooed right by his fucking ear? Why is that? What's going on here? It's almost as if these guys are all a bunch of fascist, Nazi, little...
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Freaks.
Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Thank you, Raiden. Very, very cool. This guy's an ICE agent, Alex. Exactly. Right? He's an ICE agent. And guess what? He's a Nazi. Classic. We all know where these motherfuckers hire their agents. They hire them from 3%ers, Proud Soys, all of the most racist, ill-disciplined fucking freaks on the fucking planet. And these people are just roving bands of marauders. Oh, also the IDF. Makes perfect sense. Everyone in the IDF is incredibly fucking racist. So... makes sense. Perfect selection of candidates for ICE immigration enforcement. And as we all know, these guys are basically the brown shirts. These guys are meant to be secret police. That is the point. But here's the funny thing. When Hitler took power after 1933, guess who he decided to purge after Kristallnacht fucking happened? He also purged the SA, who were the brown shirts, and replaced them with the Gestapo because he knew that his impetuous, ill-disciplined brown shirts are not going to be really conducive to be able to sort of assist in the, Ernst Röhm, exactly, Alex Royfoss. You know, if we want to bring in historical figures, he got fucking killed off during Kristallnacht. He was I believe, the leader of the SA. At the time, killed off. Gay man. Doesn't surprise me. He is a Nazi. So Nazis do tend to be gay very, very often. But I digress. The administration is still keeping the brown shirts around for some fucking reason. Why? I don't know. Because they're idiots. I don't know what else to really say. Besides, they're just a bunch of fucking dipshits. And the reason as to why I talk shit on the administration as to what they have been consistently doing in terms of their attempted sort of takeover of America. They've done nothing to the courts. The courts have been consistently against them. They are still keeping around their brown shirt brigades for some fucking reason. Why? Because they're idiots and Stephen Miller just likes the inherent sort of cruelty. It is incredibly fucking incompetent, this attempted takeover by the United States of America. But why don't we get to the main sort of little topic du jour, and why we're talking about these terrorists, these freaks, these complete fucking psychopaths. A witness shared this video with me showing an ICE officer shooting a driver in an SUV in southern Minneapolis. DHS says the woman is dead. Why don't we take a look? So, some context here. Icy Day. Obviously, ICE is doing their immigration enforcement. And they are being told, the people that are currently on the road were being told to clear the road. And people were attempting to clear the road. Now we have this pickup truck here. By the way, this guy just decides to come up to the SUV for some fucking reason. Why? I don't know. And decides to try to grab at the fucking door. Why? Again, impetuous, undisciplined fucking morons. No! Yeah, you don't do that, by the way. You don't just, like, go up to someone's car and try to open the door unless you have a warrant for that person. By the way, all this lady was doing was basically just monitoring ICE, filming them, and just staying out of their way. If ICE wanted to keep going forward, there was plenty of fucking room in the other lane, and they could have just kept going forward. But they decided not to do that for some reason. I wonder why. And by the way, we're going to go through a more slowed down, broken down version of this fucking video. But take a look at this guy in front here. Oh, shame! Shame! Oh, and they just randomly shoot the fucking woman who was just filming them. By the way, you are allowed to film ICE if you are staying out of their way and you're not obstructing. She was not obstructing. They were, broadly speaking, ordered to clear out. But if the ICE officer just wanted to basically go around the fucking vehicle, they could have done that, right? And the administration is alleging that the officer who shot through the side of the fucking goddamn window was, getting run over. When in reality, that's not the case. Why don't we take a look at a more slowed down, broken down version of what exactly happened? Because it's very fast. It's difficult to assess.
I want to show you something. We can go frame by frame on this one. Keep an eye on this guy, the cold-blooded murderer, who's no doubt going to claim that he was afraid that his life...
The administration has already been claiming that.
...was in danger, or whatever. For someone who's going to no doubt claim that, he sure doesn't seem to be in any hurry to move out of the way. See...
By the way, unironically, some people have asked Grok about this. And they said that what this ICE officer here is doing, because he put his hand on the hood of the vehicle and was planting his feet, getting in front of the car, showing intent to try to stop the movement of the vehicle. At some point, it's about like a decision that you have to make yourself. Some responsibility that you need to take yourself. Conservatives, whatever happened to pulling yourselves up by your fucking bootstraps and taking responsibility for any of your miserable, wretched actions?
Here, you can see that instead of moving out of the way, he actually decides to draw his weapon and actually plant himself more firmly.
Well, that's a little suspicious. Why would he just immediately draw his fucking weapon? This seems to be violations of even ICE's own training in fucking protocols. And also, I'm trying to remember, there was a certain 1989 Supreme Court ruling that basically claims that if you are doing shit like this, using unnecessary force, that's actually kind of a bad thing. He's pulled out his gun while unnecessarily standing in front of the vehicle, which is against ICE's own training protocols as well, right? Within ICE. By the way, dumbass Elon's bot fucking said all this shit. We can easily just take a look into all of this. He is blatantly and flagrantly in the wrong here. And what did he do? This barely trained, impetuous fucking moron decided to fucking pull out his pistol first thing and start popping off some shots. I know that all the conservatives are saying like, oh, well, the first shot went through the front of the window, so therefore, he ran over she was trying to run over the ICE officer. Her name is Renee Good, by the way. She was a single mother whose husband fucking died and decided to remarry with the wife and had, I believe, 3 fucking goddamn kids. Guess what? Those kids are all fucking, well, suffering probably, or have one less fucking parent in the house because of this impetuous, untrained fucking moron. That's the only assumption that you can basically make here, was that this dude who stood in front of the vehicle, something that also this individual is not mentioning here, had his hand on the hood of the car, wholeheartedly was trying to intend for the vehicle to fucking stop after she was trying to move out of the way from ICE, when she wasn't actually obstructing any of ICE's movements or actions and was just fucking filming them, which you're allowed to do within the United States of America. Fucking freaks. These people are all terrorists.
In fact, he's leaning over the hood of the car right now
Mm-hmm.
on purpose. If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger. When, again, both of his feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. Now. And then the next two shots happen here and then here. Both of which...
At this point, I would say rather, like, conclusive. To defend this fucking freak is indefensible. You are defending a fucking terrorist who murdered an American citizen in cold blood.
Where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which...
Guess what? You can fucking do that. She's not obstructing anything. She said you can just go ahead. There's more than enough room for you to be able to go out and be, like I mentioned before, she's not obstructing the fucking lane. There's more than enough room. If the ICE vehicles want to go through, they can just go through. She's not obstructing anything. Stupid. It's nonsensical. And then they decide to get out of the fucking vehicle. Because again, untrained fucking morons. They have no idea what they're doing.
She was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing, because moments earlier when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling the next one to go on ahead.
In every fucking instance, the conservatives are just fucking lying. They're liars. They're liars. They're going to just lie about this because, again, these people are all freaks. You can't live with these people. You can't. The only sort of choice that you can have with these subhumans is ostracization. These people should not be allowed to be able to participate within polite society.
Not posing a threat, not obstructing, nor impeding anything. Would you look at that?
Whoa, conservatives are all fucking liars. They lied. By the way, further fucking details. Apparently, she was pronounced dead on the scene by Homeland Security and everything, of course. Renee Nicole Good actually fucking lived. And a doctor said, "Can I check her pulse?" ICE said no. The doctor says he's a physician and that he doesn't fucking care. That's what these ICE agents, these people are fucking terrorists. A doctor said, "Can I go check? See if she's okay?" She apparently fucking lived, by the way, and was just allowed to bleed out in the seat of the fucking car. Genuinely fucking insane. Oh, listen, here's a little fucking face. This is who, by the way, hey, Democratic fucking AGs, go after this motherfucker. Throw the fucking book at him. At the very fucking least, you throw the book at this piece of shit. Show trial and everything. And just say, no, doesn't matter. I don't care what you fucking argue. Your dumbass is fucking guilty. Your dumbass is fucking guilty. Because this dude is fucking guilty. We've seen the breakdown of the video. She was not obstructing. The dude randomly just came out of his fucking car to try to open the door. Illegally. illegally. She doesn't have to do that. And all she was doing was just waving them ahead when someone else pulled out also in front to go forward. That's what fucking happened. And then she got killed. Renee Nicole Good got fucking killed in cold blood by this fucking terrorist. Terrorist. Because that's what these people are. They are all terrorists. Complete fucking freaks. But of course, the administration is defending these fucking actions. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters... We've seen the video. I don't think they were rioters. They were protesters objecting to ICE's actions. That is First Amendment rights, motherfucker. And one of those violent rioters weaponized her vehicle. We've shown proof of the exact fucking opposite. In-fucking-credible. Very, very cool. Very, very good. This is the argument these people are making. They're just going to say like, oh yeah, actually no, it was all right. It's all good. Very, very good. Fantastic. An ICE officer fearing for his life. Oh no! Poor little puppy who chose to stand in front of the car against the protocols of ICE. Against ICE's own protocols, by the way. Their own protocols say that you can't do this. Very cool. Fearing for his life, of course. The lives of his fellow law enforcement and the safety of the public fired defensive shots. Okay, dude. Nice meme. Alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. Oh, what? Their little pinky toes got a little step on by a car tire because they were standing in front of a little car? Really? Like, what are you talking about? They went to the fucking hospital for this? Pussies. What else are you supposed to say besides these people are fucking pussies? Cowards. By the way, during this whole time, I think when there was ICE vehicles all around and ICE officers all around, everyone in Minneapolis was just following them and throwing snowballs at them. As they fucking should. Throw snowballs and was throwing fucking rocks at these people. Because I wonder why they were fucking doing that. Because you people just killed a civilian for no reason. We've seen the breakdown of the fucking video. We've seen exactly what fucking happened. This was a cold-blooded fucking murder. These people are murderers. They are marauders. They are pillagers. They are rapists. They are raiders. These people are not fucking humans. These people are miserable fucking little wretches who just want to cause more suffering for people. For what exactly? Meh. Stephen Miller said that there's a bunch of browns and blacks that you have to go after. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. I wonder why people might be pissed with the actions of ICE, because everything they've been doing is illegal. President of the United States also chimes in on this. I've just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator. He's talking about the woman saying, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You just shot someone in cold blood. Why would you do that? You're gonna focus on the woman holding the fucking camera? Really? Fuck yeah, it's fucking pathetic bullshit. And the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting. She was telling ICE to go forward because there was room for them to go forward. They were the ones who decided to come out of the vehicle and drag her out of the fucking vehicle. That was ICE who did that. Not the woman. She wasn't obstructing. She was waving them forward. Okay, dude. Nice fucking meme. Obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, viciously ran over the ICE officer. Yeah, the ICE officer who stepped to the side was trying to run over the fucking officer. If that were the case, then she would have turned to the left to try to run him over. But she wasn't doing that. She was turning to the right to try to get away and then got shot for it. Very, very fucking cool. Who seemed to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive. Pathetic. Bro broke his own training, his own fucking protocols as an ICE agent, and decided to do his like little fucking schizo shit. Right? And just put a hand on the vehicle, lean in front of the fucking vehicle itself while his weapon was fucking drawn out. And after the first shot was let out when he was at the fucking side, out of the front of the fucking vehicle, in no more fucking danger. He's a terrorist. This guy is justifying terroristic fucking actions. These people are all terrorists. Fucking stupid, dude. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. I wonder why people might not be particularly happy with the actions of ICE, given all of the illegal fucking bullshit that they're doing. I wonder why people might not be particularly happy of the actions of La Migra. I couldn't possibly think of anything. They are just trying to do their job of making America safe. We need to stand and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. Where's the fucking Uno reverse card? I'd say the same about you, buddy. One who just violently deposed Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. Fucking the radical left are the violence and hate movement. The guy who's just randomly deposing people because their skin is a little too brown because Stephen Miller said so. Movement of fucking violence and hate. The only one who's been bringing violence and hate for the past decade at this point, ever since you made yourself a political factor, has been you, motherfucker. You are the only one who has been bringing violence and hate to the fucking stage. Complete fucking nonsense. But then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from this brain-leaking fucking psychopath who would basically talk about how much he just hates his fucking political opponents and just wants more people to suffer because of his own sort of avaricious, pedophilic desires. Complete fucking bullshit, dude. Kristi Noem talking about this as well. Why don't we take a look? What does Kristi Noem have to say?
Questions there. You asked about a shooting.
By the way, she's also at a military base. All of the Trump administration sort of apparatchiks and morons and troglodytes have all been living on military bases at the dime of the fucking taxpayer dollar. Why? Oh, because they're too afraid that they might see some fucking threats from people. People might start coming up to them and yelling at them about how fucking dog shit their administration is. Very, very cool. And by the way, from what I understand, this was like 6 minutes away from where George Floyd also got fucking killed by Derek Chauvin. So Minneapolis being another sort of centerpiece for like another giant uprising within America. Who would have thought?
That we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our
rather fiery fucking rhetoric here immediately by Kristi Noem. Of course, it was Renee Good, a fucking domestic terrorist, for trying to wave the ICE agents forward and then getting out of their vehicle and trying to arrest her for some reason, and then shooting her as a result. Very cool. Yeah, domestic terrorist. Renee Good. Okay, nice meeting, dude.
Our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
Just like how you attack puppies consistently.
And ram them with her vehicle.
Again, like we've seen the video, nonsensical, stupid. That's just like the complete opposite of what happened. Lies. It's just a lie. Just a lie.
An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him, and my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle ramming.
I wonder why the American people might be pretty pissed about the actions of ICE. I couldn't possibly think of anything.
Are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such.
From your DHS, of course.
Our ICE officers,
you're the terrorists.
And in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days...
Yeah, based off of this fucking schizophrenic freaks dumb fuck video, which added basically nothing whatsoever to the ongoing investigation of daycare fraud that's happening in Minnesota. Again, listen, don't forget this guy's face. Never fucking forget this guy's fucking face, by the way. And for those who may claim, like, well, Daho, you're just doxing an officer. Meow, 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 meow. It's already illegal for this motherfucker to be wearing a face covering. Officers have to be very clearly identifiable. They're supposed to have their names and badge numbers clearly fucking shown. But the Trump administration decided to fucking shirk all that stuff. Why? Because, lawless administration. But Kristi Noem decided to hold a press conference, I think not that long after. She whisked her way over to Minneapolis real quick because, again, Fox News was both siding this story, and we're going to get to what Jacob Frey and Tim Walz has said about this, was basically both siding this story in favor of Jacob Frey. They were having a hard time defending this. Some of the MAGA influencers were also having a hard time fucking defending this shit. We're going to get to some of the others who are obviously not sort of going, I don't know, like ham into all of this, I guess for lack of a better term, just defending this indefensible action, of course, because again, this shit, these people are ghouls. They're not human. You do not treat these people as normal fucking human beings. They are beasts. They are animals and should be caged like the wild animals that they are. You cannot have rapport with these people. ICE agents, these like weirdo freak fucking influencers who are willing to defend literally the indefensible. We've seen the video breakdown of exactly the events that transpired, and it's clear who was in the wrong. It was the ICE agent.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers,
which is legal, by the way,
and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding.
So far, we're having a lot of change in tone. The fiery rhetoric, and because they're still lying, by the way, she waved them forward, and they decided to get out of their vehicle. So again, lies, obviously, here by the administration. But we're having quite a bit of a shift in tone because someone probably got to Kristi Noem saying like, Kristi, we're going to get fucking sued if you don't fucking clean up your act here. You're going to make us look really, really bad. And by the way, there should be endless fucking lawsuits for this shit alone. Because this is wholeheartedly indefensible. Like, you can't fucking defend this shit.
Their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones.
What did he even do in the fucking hospital? I don't know, get like a little tickling of his fucking feet or some shit? And then told to fuck off by the doctor, saying like, dude, you just killed someone in cold blood.
Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis.
Oh, I'm sure.
Over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rider who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in the city today and why we've been here.
I don't believe them, by the way, when they say this shit. I really don't. I wonder why people might be really pissed about the actions of ICE. I couldn't possibly think of anything. Boy Meets Minnie, you could probably detail a bunch of the actions of ICE. Same with you, Alex. You are both in cities that have been directly occupied now by ICE, so that's cool.
In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal,
Yeah, that's just a lie, by the way. That's not the amount of people that came over the southern border, but whatever. Very cool.
Fraud and to perpetuate violence against American citizens.
No evidence again for any of these claims.
Is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American.
Vehicle ramming, no. People are blocking the roads so the vehicles can't move, which, again, you're allowed to do.
That he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Fry's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Fry refused to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we're here. And we didn't just
Again, like, why do they have to fucking cooperate with you and hand over those fucking criminals to you who could be lying about these sort of charges that you may be giving them? Like, again, these people are all charlatans and freaks. It doesn't really matter. Why should the federal law enforcement? You're not the FBI. You're DHS. You're immigration enforcement. How do you know they're not American citizens? How do you know they're even fucking migrants? Why should they hand them over to you? Stupid.
Show up yesterday. We've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed this.
So everyone who was a part of that COVID fraud, they all got charged and convicted. Yeah. They're just awaiting their fucking sentencing at this point, Christy. And there's a current ongoing investigation, unlike what this fucking dumbass would say, but there's a current ongoing investigation in terms of the daycare fraud. Although, honestly, that sort of investigation's made more and more difficult because of your dumbass fucking president diverting a bunch of agents to do immigration enforcement. Very, very funny. A lot of Trump-owning, supporting business owners got charged, so it's their own people. Oh, of course. Typical of the fucking conservative and the Republicans. They always commit the fraud. Yes, PPP loan fraud. Yeah. Mostly the people who benefited from that shit was Republicans.
The services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement...
Yeah, because Derek Chauvin stepped on the knee of, put his knee on someone's fucking neck, dude, and people got really fucking pissed about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's nonsensical. That's not the responsibility of the governor. That's not the governor's fault for any of that shit. That's stupid. Nonsensical.
Are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences.
Oh, I'm
Since
sure.
we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law
I'm
enforcement
sure.
has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in the city.
I've seen some of the videos of this. They've gone after random Somali migrants who are American citizens. Yeah, bring peace, by the way. And this dude just, randomly shoots a fucking woman in her SUV. Yeah, okay. Yeah, pedophile. So Trump, you guys gonna go after Trump? I'm just saying.
We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota,
you definitely
and
care
throughout this
about
entire
them.
country.
Sure.
I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do, and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have. I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very...
Okay, who cares about the questions? They're going to talk about, again, this Kristi Noem interview sort of happened in press conference, basically happened right after, I believe, both Jacob Fry, who's the current mayor of Minneapolis, and also Tim Walz also had his fucking goddamn conference as well. So, why don't we take a look? And by the way, like I said before, at the very minimum... And I know that Keith Ellison, who's a Bernie-crat, he's a progressive, has said that they're looking to investigate into the situation. Don't investigate into this fucking situation. Jail this motherfucker. Bring charges and go after him. I want to see charges immediately. Charges. There's no investigation that needs to be done. Like, random fucking, like, TikTokers already did the investigation for you. It's extremely fucking clear who is in the wrong here. It was the ICE agent. He was in the fucking wrong. It's so ridiculously clear and obvious that if this dude, at the very minimum, does not get fucking captured and have the book thrown at him, the Democratic Party is, broadly speaking, more dead than it really should be. Like, everything possible should be brought against this terrorist, again, just to pull him up real quick, this terrorist over here, and have him thrown behind bars for the rest of his miserable fucking life.
There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead, and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been
to be honest, in general, right? ICE is impetuous. They are undisciplined. They are barely fucking trained and are just thrown into situations they barely know how to fucking take care of. Again, we've talked about the training protocols that guy sort of violated alone. Like, he's not supposed to stand in front of a vehicle. Period. End of story.
They are not here to cause safety in the city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent...
As much as I hate Jacob Fry, and this guy is a piece of shit, by the way, this is going to be effective, by the way. This is effective rhetoric. This is going to play well, because again, it's just blatant. It is clear that the ICE agent is just in the wrong. Yep, it is an accurate comparison. That's right, Boy Meets Spinny, for what you're saying here.
Recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. And to the family, I'm so deeply...
Which, by the way, ICE tried to prevent. We all know this. There was a doctor on the site who wanted to do some, I don't know, basic CPR, some checks. ICE fucking refused. Terrorists.
There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better.
Terrorists.
There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves.
Yep.
There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation
They've seen
better.
the breakdown.
I do have a message
They
for our
did
community,
themselves.
for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in the city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing...
I know that's like the sort of like the main sort of clippable headline sort of grabber that Jacob Fry is going through here. I mean, it's still like, yeah, objectively correct. Yeah, get the fuck out. We don't want you here. Nobody wants you here. You guys are only causing way, way more fucking problems, right? Go fuck yourselves. Respectfully, go fuck yourselves. Actually, no. Disrespectfully, just go fuck yourselves. Nobody wants you. Nobody likes you. Everyone thinks you should just eat a bunch of shit. Fuck you. Suck our dick. Unironically. What you're doing is just going around and fucking murdering people now. Besides all of the obvious abuses, illegal actions, again, violations of the 4th Amendment withstanding, violations of the 14th Amendment as well. These people are just impetuous, just like the brown shirts were during Nazi Germany. They are just meant to go around and just cause terror. They fulfill no other purpose. They exist for no other reason besides to be nothing but a bunch of impetuous fucking morons.
Doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are...
1000% Boy Meets Me. It's a great point. One bad apple, one isolated case. This is just going to embolden all of ICE to shoot indiscriminately. I do agree with this. Only if this guy does not have the book thrown at him. if nothing is done to this fucking motherfucker, then they're just going to be emboldened to just shoot first and ask questions later. They will only become more impetuous, and the administration's only going to get more aggressive. We're going to get to what a lot of the federal Democrats have been generally saying, but so far their rhetoric on this has been very, very good. Very, very good. And as expected from the federal Republicans, they're defending this action.
Are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you.
Sure.
It's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not...
Of course, Jacob Fry can't really himself just kick out ICE. However, he can direct the Minneapolis Police Department to arrest ICE if they are doing illegal actions. That is something that he can do. For example, that ICE agent should have been arrested. By the way, after he did his crime, he ran away like a little fucking coward because he knows. He knows what he did was more than likely wrong. And he more than likely just in the back of his mind, and he's going to live with that for the rest of his wretched little fucking life, that he just killed an innocent woman for no fucking reason. As far as I can tell, yes, he is still at large.
Done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, the message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us, in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show
I believe there was like a candlelight vigil that was just held. By the way, of course, the right is just going to claim that they are just a bunch of violent insurrectionaries, of course, that they're just doing a riot, of course, when all they're doing is just walking around holding some fucking candles. Again, simple fucking protest actions, which protected by the First Amendment, but then again, the right does not respect the First Amendment. They do not respect the Constitution. They could give less of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. They don't care about the rule of law. These people are all just terrorists. Terrorists. Terrorists.
Show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made the city a better place.
Throw more snowballs at ICE agents. Tell them to go fuck themselves. Bully these people. Bully them. Bully them. These people are miserable fucking outcasts and exiles of society. These people are weak, pathetic fucking losers, right? They were constant, because they... Just so long as enough people show up, they will run away and cower in fear because they know in the back of their minds what they are doing is inherently fucking wrong. Because, again, like every little fucking fascist fucking freak, bully them. Just call them the stupid, Nazi, fascistic little fucking freaks that they all are. Trust me. And these people, they are fucking Nazis. A whole lot of them. Most of them are fucking Nazis. We all fucking know about ICE, okay? These people are just weak-willed, weak-minded, stupid little fucking freaks. Go after them. Keep bullying them. Keep calling them the miserable wretches and piles of shit that they always have been.
That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim now deceased to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy. Our city's been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O'-H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Cortland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired.
Okay, this is not exactly accurate to what is being said. She was not blocking the road. She signaled the ICE officers to go ahead, just to be like, okay, just keep going. There was an open lane that they could have gone through. They decided not to get out of, and they got out of the vehicle and basically was, again, going to basically try to drag her out and arrest her. I don't know why we're going ahead with the administration sort of framing on this, but then again, I'm not really expecting anything less from a fucking police chief.
The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police
Yep, they definitely had a car's width.
And assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank
unjustified.
City Council President,
period.
Other members of the City Council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city, and this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene.
Oh, and by the way, just to talk about like ICE's sort of actions again, in Chicago, and again, Alex, you can attest to this, we all know about the fact that ICE does not have the support of most local police officers. They don't. And they need the support of local police if they even want to think about being successful in their immigration fucking enforcement. They've tear-gassed Chicago PD before. They have been incredibly fucking impetuous in their uses of tear gas, so much so that judges within within Illinois itself have said, like, to Emil Bovee, you're going to report to me every single day about the actions and force techniques that you have been consistently using on people in Illinois. You're going to report to me literally every single day because I cannot trust you to be able to use proper fucking protocol. Yep, we've talked about this before. Shot multiple people in the head with pepper balls, including a fucking pastor. These people are demons. They have constantly pointed weapons at people who are just recording them, not obstructing them, not obstructing an arrest or anything like that. That is their, again, First Amendment rights. You are allowed to record an officer. There's nothing you can fucking do about that. They are allowed to record you, whether you fucking like it or not. And they just point their weapons at people. And guess what? Same thing was happening with Renee Good. Also was recording their actions and talking about their actions to local sort of groups within the area, and she got killed for it.
Remain peaceful, and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments.
Oh, just to talk about that real quick, Boy Meets Mini. The right sees death against their ideological opponents as theater. It's fucking disgusting, man. Oh, by the way, all these motherfuckers were just crying and moaning and complaining about Charlie Kirk memes being made about the fact that he got fucking murked in the neck and killed. Not even when the body is gone fucking cold. These demons, these non-fucking humans are already fucking making memes. They've been making fucking Wojaks of Renee Good here specifically, getting fucking fired or getting like shot in the fucking head with a bullet wound in the fucking top of her head. These people are demons. Oh, hey, right-wingers, it's time to apply some fucking standards. It's time for you to get doxed, little guy, told who you are at your fucking work, and to get your dumbass fucking fired for this exactly. I believe the Twitter account Right Wing Cope has already indicated that 5 people have been fucking fired because of their social media posts, making like memes and wojacks of this obvious fucking murder. More of them should be fired.
We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in the city or destruction. Thank you.
Chief, Sheriff, thank you, council members. Sure. All good questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired the shots?
I don't have that information. No. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor Butler, the ICE officer stopped a position helping the lady was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help us, and they were told they were pointing guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers that pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a...
Again, he's holding this press conference like relatively probably has not seen the videos, right? We'll give benefit of the doubt. Yeah, we know. We really know. Police really flubbed this when they came to identifying and detaining the thug. Has he been detained at this point? He should be fucking detained at this point because he did a crime on, well, in Minneapolis. State charges should be thrown against him. Abso-fucking-lutely. He did a crime. This complete fucking freak over here did a fucking crime. And, of course, ICE, don't care, whatever. Doctor could have checked, done some CPR, anything. ICE obstructed that because, again, demons.
Video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That's not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly since we've already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
She wasn't driving the car toward him using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
It's good to see that he's being rather firm, saying like, no, this is nonsensical. The administration is coming up with because they will try to basically come up with like literally any excuse to try to frame a narrative around this, because the right knows that this is really, really bad. This looks extremely fucking bad for them. So they will do literally anything possible to come up with a narrative in order to basically excuse the actions of this ICE officer who should be rotting in a prison right now.
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief.
What does the city do if someone calls 911?
Oh, I see. Yeah. I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them, chief?
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's
Okay, I don't really care about like that protocol of 911.
These tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that something's not there?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed, but it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country...
Again, we've talked about this exact... She wasn't obstructing the road. She was signaling for the officers to go ahead. Like, saying like, yeah, just go. Just go ahead, right? Like, again, capitulation.
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in.
I believe her wife was there as well, right? And saw that her fucking wife got murdered.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves...
Yeah, at times, like, shooting someone, yeah, it can be justified. No. Like, no. You don't just shoot in someone's car fucking randomly for, like, no reason. It's nonsensical, dude.
We're creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claim to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime.
By the way, this is the general sort of consensus across every single Democratic city that they are... Because again, it's not about crime. That's a narrative for them. Every single Democratic city has been seeing precipitous, historic drops in crime. Why? Because of all the community initiatives that have been taken in those cities to address crime, which is communities which have had funding cut off since, or not since, but by the President of the United States of America. Because again, can't fucking run on any other narrative or policy himself, so he has to make his own narrative and policy and sort of politics on his own consistently, because this is the sort of Republican playbook. Take away the funding of effective programs that address a particular issue, and then run on that issue, talk about how the Democrats fucked it all up. It's like, well, you guys fucking caused the issue. You guys caused this fucking problem. And besides, we all know why there was a historic increase in crime. Because of COVID. Yeah, it turns out if there's a very sudden, huge economic upheaval, crime goes up.
What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not.
It's true.
It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If the shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent?
Yes.
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual was trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out, Chief.
It would be the AG, right? The AG is who can carry out charges here and can do that relatively quick. There doesn't really need to be much of an investigation. The video itself is very, very fucking clear as to what happened. Again, like, seemingly a fucking TikToker. Keith Ellison, yeah, exactly. A TikToker fucking broke it down and made it pretty clear. The ICE agent is just in the fucking wrong. But anyway, I digress. We're going off on a little bit of a tangent here. We're rambling here a little bit. Tim Walz. He also talked about this. We should probably get his perspective as well.
And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this. I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side.
I already disagree with this rhetoric here, specifically from Tim Walz. You're essentially giving into the framing of the administration that all these protesters are inherently fucking violent. Because that is unironically what the Trump administration believes. They think any protest against them is just basically a riot. You're giving into their framing for literally no reason. Because again, like, I don't know why, be aggressive in your fucking rhetoric, I think. To be honest, like, you've already announced that you're basically dropping out of the race. You're not seeking political re-election. Be aggressive. Talk about, like, hey, fuck these motherfuckers. These guys are pieces of shit. Jacob Fry, at the very least, was aggressive, right? Oh, yeah, 1,000, what? I don't think he can declare war on ICE. They can't really do arrests unless the Insurrection Act is called. Not really much they could do there in terms of mobilization of the National Guard. He did mobilize the National Guard, boy meets Minnie, against the protesters. Against the protesters. Great, Tim Walz. I mean, like, in every sort of instance where Tim Walz could be potentially making a political mistake, he's making political mistakes. Do not give in to the framing of the administration here. They're all liars. We've seen what Kristi Noem said. Lies. We're going to see what the influencers are saying. Lies. These people are all just liars. They are charlatans. They are freaks. They don't care about the sanctity of life. They just want to cause suffering for no reason.
To Americans, I ask you this. Please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership.
I'm going to be quite honest, Alex. I think it's because he's essentially been muzzled by the deep state. The DNC fucking got to him and muzzled basically any potential, like, aggression that he once had. The weird stuff, the reason why he stopped doing the weird stuff, because of the DNC. Because of Joe Biden saying, like, well, you can't call the Republicans weird. That's a little too mean. You can't be doing that, even though it's, like, incredibly effective, and they are a bunch of fucking weirdos.
Acted with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's Mobile Response Team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary.
We all know about, again, the only reason why ICE is even deployed in Minneapolis to begin with is because of this fucking Nick Shirley has blood on his hands. He has blood on his hands. He is a murderer by proxy. He killed Renee Nicole Good. He killed her with his like schizophrenic fucking video. His nonsensical fucking video. Where a bunch of other people also decided to do the same thing, and that is harass a bunch of daycare locations. This guy is a freak. You are complicit in fucking murder, Nick.
These National Guard troops are our National Guard troops.
Same with David, also complicit in murder.
They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speech.
This is so, yeah, like, why are we doing this? I don't know, like, I'm skipping forward.
As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation as also.
Like, why the fuck are we talking about, like, here's the proper way of fucking protesting, blah, blah, blah. Fuck that, dude. Like, who gives a shit about any of this stuff? Like, fuck off. Stupid. Yeah, like, did Gavin Newsom have, like, some random jabroni here to come up and say, like, here's the proper way of doing a protest? Like, people are fucking stupid. Broadly speaking, everyone already understands, like, yeah, we know how to fucking protest, dude. Like, fuck off. Like, it doesn't matter with the... Because, again, Tim Walz constantly says that to not be bait for the administration. It doesn't matter. They just lie. They're liars. They are all just a bunch of fucking freaks. You can't fucking give in to these people. Give in to their framing. For no fucking reason. Like, that's the problem here. You're giving into their framing for literally no reason. They're just known liars, propagandists, freaks. It doesn't matter with these motherfuckers. If they can lie to achieve a particular political end, they'll just lie. They don't give a shit.
In its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the Governor. Thank you.
We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I can let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest. And what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear.
They're just liars.
The desire to get out and protest.
Yeah, we know that Tim Walz is, again, deploying the fucking National Guard, right? Like, I don't really care about the National Guard guy has to say.
You would protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these...
I don't know why we're bringing up the National Guard here. Again, I don't know if he's just fearful about Donald Trump basically mobilizing the fucking Minnesota National Guard to go after protesters. I don't know. Like, I really do think that after the DNC got to him, after all the weird rhetoric that was very, very effective, he's essentially been, well, neutered as, like, a political actor. Like, I don't know why we're doing this. All this, like, weird PSA shit saying, like, this is the proper way to protest. Remember, the National Guardsmen are your fucking neighbors and shit like that, because he's like he's probably afraid of the administration for some fucking reason. I don't understand. Like, are all the like 3 IQ morons who keep saying a bunch of random conspiratorial bullshit potentially getting to his brain? I really do think it's a combination of both the fucking DNC, people within positions of power, and very powerful lobbyists and very, very powerful people saying, like, this is how you need to behave. Like, don't do any of this bullshit. But also, I think he's just, again, probably traumatized from the fact that Trump didn't give a fuck about Vance Bolter killing Melissa Hortman and her husband. Unironically, I really do think that that's probably the case. Like, he got spooked out by the fact that there was an assassin who basically just killed these people. Yeah, I guess seemingly they haven't gotten to Jacob Fry yet, but I think Jacob Fry is already like more willing to play this sort of political establishment game, and it's broadly speaking popular to shit on ICE, so it's just like, man, whatever. But I think Tim Walz is just too afraid. He's just too afraid to just like shit on these people, despite the fact that it's really, really popular to do so.
Types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd. There's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. The vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights. There were
mostly the people who were disruptors who wanted to cause chaos are conservatives and people in the police. Even the FBI was looking to cause chaos and disruptions within the George Floyd protests.
Those that destroy property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes.
Damn, I guess you have to stop the FBI and the police then.
Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this, both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just wanted to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know we are going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol,
well, they just do that because they think they're kings. I mean, everyone knows this, right? Like, Donald Trump is a mad king who's currently in power and is just doing random fucking bullshit because he feels like he can.
It would take the National Guard. We're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, between all the weird protests, refereeing and shit, like, I don't know. I just think he's, like, people fucking got to him and he got fucking spooked by Vance Bolter, and that's why he's sort of acting this way, right? Like, I'm not really sure if we can really glean much of anything else from what Tim Walz is saying here. I think he's just been, like, politically neutered at this point. Like, again, you're not seeking re-election, Tim, unless you're, I don't know, potentially looking to become senator. You can be more fiery. You should be more aggressive. That would be popular. People would like the aggression and sort of just being like, fuck these stupid ICE motherfuckers. These terrorists just come in, murder one of our own because like we've all seen the video. It's nonsensical. I'm going to direct my AG to essentially throw the book at this motherfucker. This stupid ICE Gestapo little freak. I'm going to throw the book at him because that's what he deserves. And I implore on all of my Democratic governors to actively engage in a manhunt of this piece of shit if he tries to run from the state. Because he's going to try to run from the state, and the federal government's not going to hand him over. That's not fucking happening. The only way this is going to happen is, again, if the Minnesota state just throws the fucking book at him. This is what you need to do. You can't allow this to be gotten away with. This is insane. Insanity. If this guy is not charged with first-degree fucking murder, then failure. Like, whatever Tim Walz runs for in terms of higher office, his, like, effective neutering by the DNC and the sort of deep state is going to make him an ineffective candidate in a position of fucking power. But let's, why don't we get into some of the dumb fuck influencers? Our favorite schizophrenic here, Laura Loomer, complaining about the fact that she had pronouns in fucking bio. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, are you insane? This is like the sort of aspect that you're going to attack her from. The fact that she had she, her in her fucking bio. Like, seriously. You're a psychopath. Like, what is wrong with you? You are just brain damaged. Like, beyond brain damage. Like, what else do you say to someone like this besides, wow, you're a fucking goddamn freak. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are insane. Obviously, before the body even went cold, we have seen freaks like this posting memes and Wojaks of her getting fucking murdered, of course. But here, our favorite little fucking roach man. Time for some mold content. Time for this stupid little fucking roach freak to also throw in his fucking 10 cents. Of course, Destiny correctly is pointing out this is the type of stuff that people like Asmongold are cheering on. You know, as much as I despise Destiny, aka the Horseman of Spite, is correct. He's just right. This is exactly what Asmongold wants. Law of the jungle, might makes right. Is so long as you're the stronger guy with the gun, who the fuck cares? That means you're inherently fucking correct. And of course, Asmongold, who he himself has called himself a fucking psychopath, after his banning on Twitch because of the shit that he said about Palestinians, right? Like, yeah, dude, Palestinians are inherently an inferior culture, so therefore they deserve to be killed by the Israelis, which is 1000% like psychotic and should be para-banned, something that is para-banned specifically by Twitch, but they didn't do this. They only did a 2-week ban instead. And yeah, what does he do? Whatever. It's a dumbass fucking middle-aged white woman or elderly fucking white woman, like about to be elderly white woman, probably in the mind of this fucking goddamn freak. Yeah, she should have been fucking killed. Absolutely. Had pronouns and bio and everything. Yeah, fucking kill her. Absolutely. This is exactly what fucking freaks like Asmongold want. Yeah, Rip Bozo. They told her to get out of the car. No, they fucking didn't, you stupid dumbass. Then she put it in reverse and tried to run over an officer and drive away. I don't have to tell you why this is just so fucking wrong. This is just wrong. This is just inaccurate. But then again, does Asmongold do any fucking research whatsoever? No. Of course, he brings in the second video, which doesn't actually prove anything and makes him look fucking worse. We have seen the fucking goddamn breakdown of the video itself specifically by this individual over here. I'm not sure what her name is. For proper crediting or whatever. The ICE agent is just simply put in the fucking wrong. And all the conservatives are saying like, oh, what about the bullet hole in the front? What about the bullet hole in the front? Like, he had his hand on the fucking hood to try to make it stop. And then shot, the first shot, which probably could have ricocheted out of the fucking goddamn windshield, or he aimed it through the front initially. And wanted to shoot initially through the front, and then got to the side and kept fucking shooting. There are so many potential explanations for as to why this happened. For why that happened. To say that this is an inherent, I don't know, debunking of what the ICE officer fucking did. To say that that is a proof of her trying to run over the ICE agent. Again, the ICE agent directly disregarded protocol of unnecessarily standing in front of a fucking vehicle when he leaned on the hood and put a hand on it to try to stop the woman from driving away. Despite the fact that she waved the fucking ICE officer saying like, yeah, you can go. There's a car's length. You can go out into the other lane. She's not obstructing anything. Now, if she was occupying the other fucking lane, then yes, she would be obstructing. Then there could be some probable cause there. But she wasn't fucking doing that. Again, these people are liars. They are all fucking charlatans. They are all grifters. They're liars. They are fucking freaks. But then again, I don't know. I guess they don't understand that a car's length was allowed, was basically, I don't know, not allocated, but there was a car's length, a lane available for the ICE agent to just go around. And he could have done that, but he didn't. He decided to get out of his fucking vehicle and just try to apprehend the fucking woman instead. Genuinely fucking insane. Comply with police and don't try to run them over. This angle shows it better. Nonsensical. This angle, by the way, that he's talking about proved fucking nothing. What's wrong with this angle? Huh? What's wrong with this fucking angle here, Asmongold? It made it very, very clear that the ICE officer was just in the fucking wrong. But again, is someone like Walter Masterson in the sort of feed of Asmongold? Because again, the only way that motherfucker gets his political takes are from anti-woke YouTubers that he watches, his Reddit, his subreddit, and his fucking timeline filled with the a collection of fucking schizophrenics and fucking freaks. And of course, here he is continuing to defend the actions of ICE. Why don't we take a look?
I can't with these people trying to call this a murder and all that shit.
It is a murder.
Well, hey, maybe they shouldn't be in front of the car. The thing is that you're never going to convince these people that it's not, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. The only thing you have to do...
Do we need to fucking watch this video again? Here. Just for you, Asmongold.
I want to show you something. We can go frame by frame on this one. Keep an eye on this guy, the cold-blooded murderer, who's no doubt going to claim that he was afraid that his life was in danger, or whatever. For someone who's gonna no doubt claim that, he sure doesn't seem to be in any hurry to move out of the way. See, here you can see that instead of moving out of the way, he actually decides to draw his weapon and actually plant himself more firmly. In fact, he's leaning over the hood of the car right now. On purpose. If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger. When again...
Right? And this could have been in an angle where it went through the fucking front windshield. We can't tell 100% for certain, but whatever.
And both of his feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. And then the...
No, it's not that I don't think she thought it was a carjacking, Boy Meets Minnie. She probably thought like, oh, these guys are going to try to arrest me despite the fact that I just waved them forward. And what they are doing is illegal. Because again, I'm going to reiterate this. What these ICE officers are doing is illegal. Again, they have no sort of probable cause to just drag her out of her fucking vehicle. They're doing this for no fucking reason because, again, ICE are a bunch of impetuous fucking freaks.
Next two shots happen here and then here. Both of which where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which she was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing.
Unless ICE is so fucking retarded that they don't understand what this means, which is a pretty universal fucking signal amongst drivers to say like, yeah, you can just go ahead, bro.
Because moments earlier, when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling the next one to go on ahead. Not posing a threat, not obstructing, nor impeding anything. Would you look at that?
Hey, Asmongold. Seems rather fucking clear, you fucking idiot.
Is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go like after you say basically after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over, then you victory lap around it and you send in more people and you do it even more.
You're a fucking freak. Deport him. Yeah, terrorism. He's a terrorist. You are advocating for fucking terrorism. Unironically. Genuinely fucking insane. I guess Asmongold is just okay with a bunch of, I don't know, freaks going around and just, I don't know, going to his house and forcibly cleaning his house for him. Again, because he's not gonna, listen, he cleaned his room up once. Is he gonna fucking clean it again in months? Probably fucking not, because he's a dirty, miserable little fucking freak. Okay, people should just break into your fucking home then. Do Fortnite L dances on top of you, and then just fucking break in again and do it again. If this is like the sort of position that you should have. If I became king of the world, guess what? I'm going to guide the world police to just break into your fucking home and just, I don't know, take a piss all over your setup or something so then you can't fucking stream, you miserable wretch.
The only solution. That you're never going to win these people over. You're never going to explain it to them. You're never going to be like, oh, well,
I don't know. People have offered to talk with you about this. And what would you prefer to do instead? Cower in a little fucking corner because you know that you can't defend your positions. Destiny has offered to talk to you about this. Hassan has offered to talk to you about this. Every single time you've been ducking debate offers. Coward. Because you know what you say is inherently indefensible, and you're too stupid to make the arguments.
Why won't you see my point of view? Because they don't want to. Why not just shoot the tires? So that way you make the car unsafe and some other innocent bystander can get hurt indiscriminately because the person didn't follow the law?
Oh yeah, so you should just fucking shoot the driver instead? And can't control the fucking vehicle? Are you fucking stupid? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, you are fucking stupid. Yeah, shoot the fucking driver in the head who can't fucking guide the vehicle anymore, Asmongold. And that's gonna make bystanders even fucking safe. Stupid. Stupid. He's just stupid. He's just an idiot. He's just dumb.
Nah, bro, you shoot him right in the fucking face. They said to stop the car. They said not to do this. They said to get out. And she's walking around, driving around.
Yep, that's
what are you talking about? Absolutely not. You shoot him right in the fucking head. That's it. Aim for the legs. Yeah, bro. Aim.
Actually fucking insane, dude. He's just a terrorist. He's advocating for fucking terrorism. By the way, I guess we've now figured out Asmongold's sort of position. Just rah, 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 now keep defending Trump despite the fact that he hated Trump because of the fucking Epstein file stuff. Belief in fucking nothing. Just a psychotic fucking freak. Again, he was okay with all the regime change stuff, despite the fact that he said he didn't like regime change stuff in the past. Protesters, fucking shoot him, who gives a fuck. Just a psycho. He's just a fucking freak. He's a psychotic little fucking moron who believes in nothing fundamentally. Just a freak. Just a freak.
Aim for the legs. Oh my god. Some of these people not thinking about this at all, bro. In a vehicle from what I saw. I mean, barely, maybe. He barely got away. And yeah, he pulled the gun on her and he shot her. Yeah,
barely got away. Yeah, dude, totally. Him, like, kind of fucking leaning on the goddamn hood with his hand there. Stupid. By the way, yeah, Twitch. Hey, Twitch. This guy is one of your biggest fucking streamers, and he's just defending a cold-blooded fucking murder. Might want to do something about that.
The thing is, like, how is it even that close? Like, even if you think that, like, that's what happened, what are you talking about? They told her to get out of the car. She almost ran him over.
No. We're doing the excuse of the, she didn't, she didn't fucking comply with the officers who were, again, in the wrong of trying to get her out of her vehicle and arrest them. She waved them forward and was not obstructing anything. So, again, wrong. You're just wrong. That is true. They have been banning and unbanning fucking Nina Lin, who sexually assaulted someone on stream. So, yeah, I don't really expect much from Twitch either.
Are you going to expect somebody to make, a decision like that in 1/10 of a second whenever somebody's, like, actively basically trying to run them over?
Stupid. Like, we've already, like, again, the video, this actively just disproves the idea that she was trying to actively run him over. Again, wrong. He's just wrong. Wrong. He's just wrong. He's just a fucking freak because, again, he sees that it's an upper middle-aged white woman, and Asmongold has talked about how these people are the bane of society in the past, so guess what? He's going to be more psychotic and just come up with excuses to defend the actions of the ICE officer.
If somebody did this to an average person and they shot him, I'd say rip bozo. The fact is, this is just what happens. They told her to get out of the car. Did she get out of the car? No, she didn't. She did something
have to get out of the
that,
car.
I mean,
They don't have a warrant to get her out of the car. She wasn't doing anything wrong in the fucking car. She did nothing wrong. She's just innocent, and they just fucking shot her. Just shot her.
I looked at it, it seemed like to me that, yeah, it's somebody trying to run over a police officer, number one. And number two, she disobeyed.
I mean, this happened to fucking Charlie Kirk, and he complained, said to the administration should go after every fucking goddamn lefty. But, if it happens to a fucking liberal, where they get killed by state violence for literally no fucking goddamn reason, just for minding their own business, then whatever. Actually, we're just going to defend those actions now. He doesn't believe in anything. He's a freak.
A direct order, and who knows what somebody like that is going to do. And this is a big issue that a lot of people don't understand, is that they don't understand the butterfly effect of allowing a person who is a criminal like that to just escape away.
Oh yeah, dude, and not the fucking butterfly effect of just letting ICE get away with criminal actions. Again, you are supporting terrorism. Terrorism. You're a terrorist. You are a fucking jihadist. You just are. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a psychotic little fucking freak who just wants to see a bunch of people get randomly killed because they don't share your political predilections and fucking hate your guts.
In a speeding vehicle after immediately trying to run over a police officer, you don't know if that person is going to run somebody else over, if they're going to lose control of the car, if they're going to...
Yeah, dude, so we should just shoot the fucking dumbass in the head instead. Obviously, Asmongold getting fucking challenged immediately by Hassan in his own fucking channel. Why don't we take a look?
We'll show it.
Show the video, slow motion, and walk it step by step. Show the wheels turning to the right. If someone was trying to kill the agents, their wheels would turn left, not right.
Their wheels would have turned to the left or the right. I don't think that she was
Why
trying to kill the agent.
Oh! But you just said she was trying to run him over the whole fucking time! Immediate fucking fold. Immediate. Okay. Nice meme. A fucking moron. Stupid. Like, you want to make this initial fucking argument and then immediately fucking fold. Instantly fold. Pathetic. Pathetic.
I think that she didn't care whether she hurt the agent in the process of her escaping.
Oh, so you don't think she was trying to kill the agent? Because that's not what you were saying earlier.
Liar. Just like every other fucking conservative propagandist. Liar. He's a fucking liar. He's a lying piece of fucking shit. Liar, liar. He's a fucking liar. This piece of fucking shit. This miserable fucking roach little piece of shit. This subhuman. Subhuman. That's what you call people like fucking Asmongold. Why don't we get into some of the Democratic reactions? Because we all know what the conservatives are doing. They're defending this. Of course they're defending this. Because, again, they're saying, like, we can say that it's a tragedy, but at the same time, what the actions of the driver was doing was fucking incorrect. So it's like, we've taken a look at the video twice at this point. That is just a fucking lie. They're lying, and they know that they can probably get away with it because they're fucking moronic sort of dipshit, like, fans are all cultists and are not going to look into any of this.
So, Congressman,
Because like I've said before, at the very least, the Minnesota AG, Keith Ellison, throws the fucking book at this guy. I want to fucking see a manhunt. I want to see a fucking show trial. And at the very least, Democratic politicians, if they are running for the primary in 2028, if they do not talk about at the very minimum, abolishing ICE, disqualified. If the presidential candidate does not talk about abolishing ICE and actually following through with the abolishing, you do not vote for them. I will actually say this specific, if you live in a swing state, do not vote for them. Do not vote for them. The Democrats have proven at this point that they are wholeheartedly incapable of giving much of a shit at all about their fucking constituents. It's time for them to suffer. This is wholeheartedly unjustified. And if you let them get away with this, this is a permission structure that you are going to be allowing, specifically, DHS and ICE to just carry out random fucking murders on people. You abolish ICE. Period. End of story.
What's your reaction to the shooting death in Minnesota by the ICE agent this morning?
I saw the video. I was disgusted. I was horrified. That ICE agent needs to be arrested and he needs to be prosecuted. He needs to be put on trial. We cannot have a lawless agency continue in this country the way they are. There needs to be accountability.
And do you think it's time to start taking a look at the Homeland Security budget, for the next year?
Absolutely. We're giving $150 billion to folks who are acting lawlessly. They're going and separating kids from families. They're shooting people in an excessive use of force. They have harassed a lot of people, including American citizens. They detain American citizens. And they are treating immigrants, even if they're undocumented, like they are not human beings. I was just actually at a nice facility, the California City Immigration Processing Center. Let me tell you, I met with 47 folks detained there. They had rocks in the food they were given. One person who had blood in his urine was not able to get a medical appointment for days. They were talking about shivering because they didn't have clothes to keep them warm. Some wanted to have voluntary deportation, and they weren't able to get voluntary deportation.
Concentration camps. That's the point of this. Just concentration camps. Yep, murdered an American citizen. They're demons. They are just demons.
because of the backlog. They said we are human beings, and yet we're being treated like animals and murderers. Something is fundamentally wrong in this country in how we're treating people. It's against the Christian faith. It's against our founding values.
What facility was this?
This was the California City Immigration Processing Center. I went, one of the first times a member of Congress has been able to go in with staff, and we talked to 47 detainees there without any supervision, where they shared their experiences. I mean, it was horrifying. They said no fresh fruit. They've never given fresh fruit. They only get no snacks, no ability to get clean water. They often were complaining about the water. I mean, that they were literally treated like murderers and prisoners.
And last question, do you agree with some of your Democratic colleagues that what we've seen here in Minnesota today was a homicide?
It was a murder, and that's what the colleagues, that's what the video said. And of course, I believe in due process, and that ICE agent should have a trial, but he needs to be arrested and face a trial.
Thank you, Congressman.
At the very least, yeah, arrest. I want to see charges. I want to see the fucking guy get arrested, right? I don't know. Is this AOC also talking about this? Let's see.
And the speaker and some others have said that this driver was weaponizing her vehicle. What do you say to that?
I think that they're editorializing of this event to justify a public murder is disgusting. It is horrifying. And watch it for yourself. Watch it for yourself.
Oh, she's just correct there.
And prosecuted. What we saw today was a criminal murder a woman.
I don't know if it was in the clip, but Asmongold called the driver a mentally ill female and then justified murdering more women. Okay, yeah, like, report. Give me the fucking VOD. I'm also reporting it, Boy Meets Minnie.
And shoot her.
Put it in chat.
While she was trying
report
to
it.
escape and flee for her life. And I think
that is just unjustifiable. Of course he would say. And by the way, honestly, peak fucking cowardice as expected by fucking Asmongold. He would immediately, and I mean fucking immediately, just back off of it after being called out on it. Of course, as always. If she was such a mentally ill female fucking driving, by the way, Asmongold, why the fuck would she turn her wheel to the right to try to avoid hitting the fucking ICE agent? She's so mentally ill. Psychopath.
Of every American's worst nightmare, which is their government turning into a tyranny.
Do you believe he should be arrested?
I mean, pretty consistent there by OC. She's saying like, yeah, this is bad. An ogre. Why don't we take a look?
What happened with this ICE officer and the shooting in Minneapolis? Now, you've been supportive of the work of ICE over the past year. Are you think they're right fault here?
I mean, it's devastating. I mean, it's absolute tragedy. My heart goes out to her family. I mean, I don't know the circumstances. I haven't seen the actual video, but life is lost. I mean, it's a tragedy, and absolutely. And you know, my views. I support ICE about deporting criminals. I don't support and understand if you want to target otherwise hardworking people. I don't support that. I never have on that. I remain pro strongly immigration, and that's never going to change. So here we are now, where a woman's dead, and that's tragedy. And you know, we'll know the circumstances. I'm not going to make any judgment other than just express my sympathy for the family. I mean, it's what a tragedy.
The mayor of Minneapolis said that ICE should get the F out of their city. Do you think they should get out?
I mean, I'm not that close to the kind of violence and the tragedy, so I don't want to judge that. But for me, I think it's probably always more helpful to turn the temperature down and just withhold, the kinds of extremes to say, hey, like, let's everybody.
That's not going to happen.
Turn the temperature down, honestly. Whether that's coming from like some kinds of the rhetoric from Secretary Noem or the president, or whether the mayor or governor is like, really, let's just turn down the temperature, and we can't forget someone's lost their life.
I don't know about not the worst thing from fucking John Fetterman, but what I expected.
So, Congressman, any reaction to the tragic shooting death of the woman in Minneapolis by the ICE agent?
It is absolutely horrific, and my thoughts are with the family and loved ones of the woman who was killed. And we've been through this in Virginia in 2017. U.S. Park Police shot and killed Bijan Gassar, who was unarmed and driving his car after an investigation. The Department of Justice refused to press charges against those police officers. They were, however, indicted in Virginia, in Fairfax County, by a local prosecutor. So that option exists under the law in Minnesota as well. There has to be a full investigation of this incident. The video is outrageous. I can think of no justification for the killing of this unarmed woman. There needs to be an investigation, and if that investigation
pretty clear,
there should be charges filed against the ICE officer involved.
Is there anything Congress can do to help facilitate this investigation or gather evidence?
Well, in the Oversight Committee today, we're going to have a vote to subpoena from the Department of Homeland Security all documents related to this shooting. I hope Republicans will join Democrats in voting for that subpoena so we
Nah, it's not happening.
can ensure there's a full and fair investigation of what took place.
Does it time to start looking at, as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, is it time to start looking at their budget, as a means to kind of rein in these rogue agents and the rogue agencies?
Absolutely, 100%. Look, the mass deportation
That's not happening.
Administration has caused chaos.
That's probably more likely to happen when the House inevitably flips over to the Democrats, I think. Like, right now, don't think that's happening. Although, honestly, the current Republican majority within the House is definitely in question here. I mean, there's currently 3 vacant seats.
And violence in communities across the country. It's also diverted resources from doing real investigations into child sex trafficking and gun trafficking. It needs to come to an end.
Thank you so much, Congressman.
All right.
This is true. I mean, overall, like, it's fine rhetoric here, but, like, need more aggression.
Cities.
And do you believe that it was a murder like some of your Democratic colleagues have been saying?
I don't know yet, but it sure looks like it.
Okay.
I mean, if that ain't a murder, I don't know what is.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Yep.
Succinct, very simple. That's pretty good. I think that's Seth Moulton. He's trying to run for Senate, I think, against Ed Markey. Seth Moulton. It's not exactly the greatest. I think this guy's a Republican. I don't see any of this. You're going to see George Soros spending millions getting everyone Of course. Whoa, we're going to talk about George Soros paying protesters millions of dollars in order to riot. Okay, very cool.
What took place, I don't like it. I don't like any of this. Because what you're going to see now is you could go back now to 2020, you could see rioting. I'm sure George Soros is probably spending millions of dollars getting everybody ramped up in major cities across the country. And tonight the rats are coming out.
Yeah, yet Miriam Adelson and Elon Musk buy out the entirety of the GOP. Okay, bro. If we want to do, listen, if we want to pit Jewish billionaires against one another, okay, how about Miriam fucking Adelson giving millions of dollars to the fucking Trump administration, along with Sheldon Adelson, to have Israel policy be enacted?
Now, I'm just telling you, I think the rats are coming out tonight, and you're going to see some civil unrest in this country. Tim Walz, I highly recommend you put a warning order for the National Guard. I'd get the National Guard deployed immediately. I would deploy it because I think it's going to get a little ugly. Because this is, in my humble opinion, this is what the left wants. They want destruction. They want everybody just to go out there and start raising hell. They talk about.
Look at this fucking schizophrenic freak talking about Jewish billionaires while holding a fucking cigar. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid moron. Oh yeah, dude, George Soros is going to be the main guy. He's going to pour in billions of dollars to, I don't know, basically cause a fucking ruckus. Congressman Nels, I assume, is a Republican.
About peaceful protests. You're not going to see peaceful protests from the left. You're just not going to see it. You saw it in 2020. Look at what we burned down buildings across the entire country.
This fucking says the guy who's a part of the party who did January 6th. Okay, bro.
For months. Shameful. So I should leave Minneapolis like the mayor wants. Let me tell you something. With all the waste, fraud, and abuse, we need to send Doge and everybody in that entire state because of the corruption you've seen with the Democrats. I say maybe pause a little bit. I mean, we lost a life there. Right? There was a loss of life.
Fucking stupid moron, but I would expect no less from the I mean, again, so it's a fucking Texas Republican, of course. I mean, as expected, complete fucking freaks. Why don't we take more look? I believe this is Dan Goldman, who's getting challenged by Brad Lander.
Invading our cities, using excessive force lawlessly with new agents without proper training.
He's a piece of shit, by the way. Completely captured by Zionist lobby.
And sadly, this was not unexpected, but it is egregious. It was an outright murder, and the fact that the administration is trying to defend the ICE officer when everyone can see with their own eyes that car was trying to get away because it still turned away from the officer after she was shot in the head. So the fact that they are arguing that somehow this is domestic terrorism, much less an attack on ICE, is preposterous. This officer not only needs to be fired and suspended, but based on the video, he needs to be charged with murder.
And do you think that will happen?
I have no idea what will happen. Did you look at the security budget?
Well, it should fucking... I mean, that's not going to come from... There's not going to be any federal prosecution, and the administration's definitely not going to do anything. Yeah, he would deny the murder of Hind Rajab. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. But Minnesota AG should bring in fucking charges of murder. Abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, I think it's pretty fucking consistent here by all the Democrats here. Most of them are saying, yeah, this is bad, and it's just outright fucking murder. As expected from all these fucking conservative fucking freaks, they will, as soon as the body's not even cold or whatever, still hot, whatever, they're just going to make memes about this and just defend the actions of the administration. For what purpose exactly? Because they're just freaks. They're freaks. All of them are fucking freaks. And I really do hope that the book gets thrown onto him, right? You have to be aggressive here. You have to be willing to sort of vice signal and just be I think even Hakeem Jeffries said, and had a good response to this, saying this was just fucking murder. Unironically, they just fucking murdered her. ICE just murdered her. Let me get this real quick. Oh boy. We love Representative. We love Hakeem Jeffries, don't we, folks? There's his fucking account. Here, even fucking deer in the headlights fucking Hakeem has said this, saying Kristi Noem is a stone cold liar who has zero credibility. Good thing that he's saying this. This is just a fact. She's just a liar. There's nothing to suggest the shooting of an unarmed woman in Minneapolis has justified this heinous killing must be criminally investigated to the full extent of law. Pretty succinct. I don't know, just he has said that, like, yeah, there's no justification for this. This is insane. And again, like, just to say, simply put, this motherfucker should be remembered. Do not forget his face. Do not forget him. Everything he has done is illegal. He has blood on his hands. Same with Nick Shirley. Blood on his hands. And all the motherfuckers that are justifying the actions of the administration of ICE here are all psychotic fucking freaks. They just want to run around and murder people. I guess Asmongold did get the exact fucking world that he wanted. This is exactly what he fucking wanted. Might makes right, violence for everyone, and it's just law of the fucking jungle, baby. If this guy does not get the fucking absolute book thrown at him, as he should have the book thrown at him, then what is the point of defending the Republic of the United States of America? It has fallen. The rule of law doesn't fucking matter. Nothing matters. And this is just going to cause basically just a permission structure to be put in place by the Democrats if they fail to do anything about this. Because again, this is a fucking opportunity for them to vice signal and talk about, like, what the administration did here is just inherently fucking barbaric. Attack them. Attack them. Do not relent and make them eat shit and suffer. Because what they did is just inherently unjustifiable. Everything is just, you can't fucking justify the actions of the ICE agent in this particular instance. He's a terrorist. This organization is full of terrorists, and all these people are charlatan little fucking freaks. There's only one way forward, and that is to throw the book at this dumbass motherfucker and throw him and all of his associate little fucking weirdos in a hole and throw away the fucking goddamn key. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, you are going to have to own this one, Republicans, for you motherfuckers are trying to defend the indefensible. That was a long one. Yup, personal responsibility. These dumbass motherfuckers should really pretend to care about. The fuck are we rating out to today? Guys, have I ever mentioned how much I hate ICE? I hate them. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. I hate them so much. Oy, 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 oy. You hate ICE so much you can only drink hot coffee. That's crazy. You open the window. God, I hate these people. I hate ICE. I hate them so much. I don't know. Why don't we rate out to Neuro detergent. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho Raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho Raid buff. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we will be continuing to do all the exact same fucking bullshit as always. More yapping, more Factorios, blah, 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 blah. You got brain, probably not brain bleaching time, but whatever. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out,